attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? Are you faggots paying attention? God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding.
Hey, what's up?
Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes.
What's going on, everybody? How's it going?
Analyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin. Wonder are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets.
Clutching your tissue box. What do you mean?
I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe
Sopapillas.
That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit.
I'm sorry.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever.
I think I just had the music too low and you guys turned your stuff up too loud. If you don't like the audio level now, you're gonna hate it when the show starts.
Happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Fist, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith. And my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid. In a state of panic, I'm a basket case. I step back. I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now. I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down. And what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes. Fighting for the best, step back, for the shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back, got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne. But I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm drama free, it's plain to see.
Sounds good, Carolyn.
Back to working, goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights. But out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, Show me the beauty when the color fades, Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, Show me the beauty when the color fades, Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, Spread some sunlight on my asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. Unclench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing, I'm not religious. But remember this, I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything around me is so diseased. So answer this, who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live when it moves so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you. And I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye.
Happy birthday to Mariah, guys. She'll be in here in a little bit. When she shows in, everybody tell her happy birthday.
Show me the beauty when the color fades. Color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. So I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid. So I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Darkest days.
We're gonna do a rundown of some of the people we typically cover.
I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numb? But shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger.
Alright guys, here we go. This time I'm gonna remember to lower the audio first. Here we go, guys.
Relationships, I can't forget. I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets.
I don't give it up for anybody. I'm godlier than that. I'm pure.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Yeah, I can do that, Bradley. Thank you.
And Mars in the house.
Hey. The jab. Pine needle tea.
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel.
Medbed
Martial law.
1745, 10 Days of Darkness. Digging tunnels. Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19, Vaseline. Boom.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
It's some off.
Well, Johnny, you can go to mommy's basement. the Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss 'em off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
Welcome everybody. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Kind of a strange night. I have to tell you guys that I know I've taken like a break from Telegram. I haven't been around Telegram and stuff. I know I've been streaming 7 nights a week for a while, but I'm not going to be doing that here soon. This is probably going to be, I want to say, like I know I've said this before, but I always come back to it because it helps me. But I think this is probably going to be the last show until sometime maybe first part of next week, middle of next week. I just got a lot of stuff to get done. I got to pack up. Computer's going to be gone. I won't have the computer here. I got to get it situated somewhere else. I might go live from my phone and do some stuff and play around, but it won't be like a show because I can't do the stuff that I do on the show, right? So tonight will probably be the last show for at least a little bit. Definitely after the weekend, and I'll try to check in from my phone and do what I can. But we've got a bunch of stuff to do. We got some good news, but we got to kind of move on it quick, and hopefully we can get something taken care of. And I'll let you guys know as we can update that. But yeah, I wanted to do a round table to kind of check on all the people that we typically cover, and cover them, and then see what we can do until next week. Sometimes, you'll probably see me on my phone doing stupid shit, but just because I get bored and I use this for my therapy for my PTSD. But I won't have any typical shows until I don't know when. We'll probably be back on the main channel by then. So make sure if you're watching tonight, you subscribe to the main channel, which is Cold Beer Confessional. It has like almost 6,000 subs on it. You'll see it, Cold Beer Confessional. And the Facebook is the same if you watch on Facebook. And if you want to support the show, make sure you like and share, subscribe to any of the channels, including this one, the backup, CBC Media. And we'll be back next week sometime, hopefully with some good news, or at least some news. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that's what I want to do tonight. If you want to go above and beyond, you guys know how to do it. I'm not going to pitch it. I'm just going to start the bot. You know how it works. How you've been here long enough. You're figuring it out, aren't you? Make sure to leave a message if you leave any type of donation. That way we can read it on air. And yeah, with that, we can hop right into the stuff and see what's going on. The first thing is not a person we actually usually cover. It's actually the Quartering, who is another YouTuber. I don't typically cover the Quartering, but this is a big news story that came out today. So let's check it out. And I have covered these types of people before, Twitch thoughts. So let's see what's going on here.
Crave prohibiting any spicy videos starting in October. The changes are coming because of mounting pressure from banking. Please do take a moment to subscribe. There's a little red button down below the video. I know it's stupid, but it's important to me to keep that number going up, and I'm here, and I'll continue. I promise to continue to work hard for you, and hope that I'll earn your subscription today. Now, the memes write themselves, but you can see this article by Culture Crave prohibiting any spicy videos starting in October.
So OnlyFans, a lot of people don't know this about OnlyFans. I just grabbed this article or this video because it's the first one that covered it. Jeremy's an alright guy. I watch him off and on. But OnlyFans was actually started as an alternative to Patreon. It wasn't supposed to be like nudity and a bunch of internet thoughts and basically pay for porn. That wasn't what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be Patreon was banning a bunch of people, so they started OnlyFans so you could sign up and meet with your fans, and you could do anything. Like I could have an OnlyFans, just like I could have a Patreon, right? But it didn't end up like that. Instead, it ended up a lot of people flocked to it and started making full nude content, hardcore pornography content, a lot rougher stuff than what they intended. And now they're going to ban spicy videos. They're going to put a ban on nudity. So I don't know where all the female heroes of the internet are going to go, but it's not going to be OnlyFans.
The changes are coming because of mounting pressure from banking partners and payment providers. rip. Here we go. This is an article on Bloomberg. They will now block spicy videos starting in October. It's getting out of the spicy video business. The company will prohibit users from posting any type of extra spicy conduct.
So this is the way, if you really want to, if you get down to the nuts and bolts of battling online censorship, it's not always, it is the platforms, but it's not the platforms. So even when you have a free speech style platform pop up that wants to do completely free speech, anything goes, as long as it's not illegal, blah, 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 even nudity. I mean, these are women doing this of their own free will. It's not like, you know, somebody was forced them to do it. These are women doing it of their own free will. It actually goes beyond the platforms and ends up being the payment processors. If creators can't get paid, then they can't do this for a living. And they can't get paid if no one will process the payments. So there's been a few different platforms pop up that tried to address like YouTube censoring, YouTube banning, especially when you're talking about right-wing content creators. And it always comes down to the payment processors. It always comes back to that. When the major credit cards cut you off, you're done. How are you going to pay anybody? How are you going to pay your own bills? So a lot of people have PayPal bans, but it's even worse when MasterCard and Visa and American Express ban you.
Starting in October, creators will still be able to post artful photos and videos provided they're consistent with the new policy, the company said. So what we're seeing here is, and a lot of people don't know this actually about OnlyFans, that is that it started out as basically a Patreon alternative.
Oh yeah, he's going to say it.
I'm sorry, the reason it got really big is Patreon forbade this type of content. So all of the newly unemployed people and the men and women out to make some easy money flooded to it, and by all accounts have been doing so. I mean, there's all sorts of this. Look at this. Boston nurse Allie Ray left job, makes $200K a month. This is a 37-year-old mother of 3 making $200K a month. I mean, yeah, good looking woman. Looks like some nice surgery there. But you know, good for her, I suppose. I am not of the mindset, by the way, and I know some of my viewers are.
Yeah, I mean, if people want to do that, I don't really care what they do with their own body. I would never pay for something that's completely free all over the internet. But if that's you, go for it. And do your thing. But, man, there are people making bank that are getting ready to lose all of that. Where the hell are they going to go to work?
Look, you do what
Full
you
pornography?
Want. I don't think that it's a great career choice, but it's not my body. It's not my videos. I think a lot of people think it's going to be easy just to, flop one out there and they'll get rich.
Basically, everything we own is going into storage until we figure out the next step. We have some people helping us. You guys have been helping us, and hopefully that can propel us into something. We're gonna find out here soon. Until then, we'll be in storage and then staying somewhere else around.
But the reality is, it's just like real life. The beautiful people have it on easy mode. You have people like Amaranth making $1 million a month.
Happy birthday.
No. Thank you, Brian Tucker. I'll make sure she gets that. I usually charge my stud fee is about $100 per service, so I'll make sure she gets at least studded once. Thank you for that.
It's amazing. I mean, I'm legitimately blown away by that number. As somebody who doesn't pay for anybody's type of content like that, it seems odd to me that anyone would. But hey, I've got a Subscribestar. I can tell you this. If I could triple my income on my Subscribestar.com/thecording, I'll give you a couple feet pics a month. If that's what you want, you let me know.
Happy birthday, Tim.
Content existing.
I'm glad it's happy birthday. Kitty McNeil bought you 5 6-packs. Have a drink or two for Mariah's birthday, or 3 or 4. Thank you very much, Kitty McNeil. Thank you. Happy birthday, Tim. I didn't know it was your birthday too. Thank you.
I do loathe the pipeline that exists from Twitch. We saw Linktree actually, Linktree clamping down on this type of links as well. They stopped allowing, they stopped allowing spicy.
One thing I don't like is TikTok, which is predominantly a younger person's app. I know there's adults that use it. I get on there and I get lost in it and look at it for like 3 hours and feel like it's been 5 minutes, right? TikTok is, though, predominantly a lot of kids. Like, its major viewer base is under 18. Like, it's major users under 18. I didn't like how they were posting basically just barely within the guidelines. Like, you can see everything except there's a piece of sheer cloth over it, right? Like, you can see breasts and nipples, everything except for a piece of sheer cloth. And then they lead you to their OnlyFans sites. And then those people are under 18, and a lot of kids under 18 now have like prepaid debit cards that they carry with them rather than cash that their parents fund, and they could easily sign up for these websites. Not only could they be enticed to these websites, secondly, they could sign up for these websites and just lie and say they're 18.
Links. I thought. No?
TikTok's really funny. I'm not gonna lie, there's a bunch of funny videos on there. I like to look at it. I don't open it but like once a month, but when I open it, I'm on there for like 3 hours laughing at stuff. It's a bunch of really funny videos on there, but it's just not something that I do all the time like a younger person would do. Hell, I'm 32, I think. Yeah, I'm 32. It's just not for me.
I thought it was. Maybe not. I thought Linktree, yeah, Twitch takes action against Linktree. So it was Twitch that was doing it. Streamers accuse platform of double standards ever indefinite ban. Well, Linktree is because people link that, which then links to their spicy content. So the changes are needed because of mounting pressure from banking partners and payment providers, according to the company. In order to ensure the long-term sustainability of our platform and continue to host an inclusive community of creators and fans, we must evolve our content.
They were a bunch of like... well, I wouldn't say a bunch. There were a handful of stories of girls who just wanted so bad to be like young underage girls who just wanted so bad to be like famous or whatever. They were actually using nudity in their video because TikTok will ban it when it's got nudity in it after they catch it, after a few million people have seen it and started following you. I obviously I didn't see any of those videos, but I did read that in news stories and stuff that there were issues with exploitation of minors and stuff on TikTok. And supposedly they found some way to clamp down on that. I don't know.
Guidelines, they said. They've attracted more than 130 million users, sad, by giving online creators a platform to charge their fans for photos and videos. Many of its most popular creators post spicy versions of these, and it has been praised for giving workers a safer place to do their jobs. But this type of work still has a stigma, and the OnlyFans is trying to raise money from outside investors. At a valuation of more than $1 billion, the company handled more than $2 billion in sales last year. Sad. And it's on pace to more than double that this year. It keeps 20% of that figure. Well, what we've seen is nobody wants to put their money into this, which is interesting to me because if they're keeping 20% of $2 billion, what is it, 400 million? Is that not enough profit? Is that not enough? I think that they had a news article.
I think they're making bank from it, but I think they're also worried about getting banned from payment processors.
Just the other day about, here they have a Safe for Work app on iOS and Android now as it's trying to shake this image.
That's crazy, Rita.
This is just breaking news. It's going to prohibit, very, very spicy content. Now they have a free streaming service, does not include NSFW content. It's because nobody wants to invest.
Hey, Bearman, Steph Jones bought you 5 6-packs. Thank you, Steph. I appreciate it. Thank you for that.
In them. OF has a ton of users but can't find investors.
Did I see your porn site? Not yet.
Find outside investors according to multiple sources. Between the lines, this type of stuff sells based on...
Not for lack of looking, though.
Axios, but
Carolyn, I've been looking like crazy.
They remain in the market seeking what a source close to the company refers to as a strategic partner. Any other company with growth like OF would be able to raise big money in a matter of minutes. What follows is rounded data from a pitch deck that was compiled at the end of March. The 2021 figures are...
So they can't... They're looking for a partner or to sell out some of their ownership and make money off of it, and no one wants to partner with them. But I think it's going to get even worse when they ban adult content, and that's their major selling point, and all their creators leave. But maybe not.
Q1 when 2022 figures were projections. 2.2 billion... 2020, 2021, 5.9 billion, 2022, 12.5 billion, with billions in free cash. Problem is, even though it's never once mentions the spicy stuff in its pitch deck, something multiple investors called very disingenuous. Some VC funds are prohibited from investing in the type of content per limited partnership agreements. Several investors are concerned about young people and creating subscription accounts, although the company says it has controls to prevent that. Well, we also know that the site does have a trafficking issue. We've seen some videos related to that. Some articles related to that over the years. Not to say it's a rampant problem, but it is an issue.
Very. So yeah, I would agree it is an issue because it happens at all. But very, very, very few do you ever see like a creator on OnlyFans. They make you send in. Apparently, from what I read from the articles, they make you send in like ID and pictures of the ID and verify it a couple different times.
They could get past the spicy stuff, but worry that the company's reputation will prevent it from attracting brand partners, despite this week announcing a Safe for Work product that features its growing number of clothed creators. I mean, I'm not sure that the brand itself is ever going to be in a position to kind of shake this stigma, but I don't know why they care so much. I guess instead of making some of the money, they want to make all the money, which is what modern day companies do when they want to accept venture capital. But I guess I don't care. Again, it's one of those weird positions where.
Oh, thank you, Steph. Yeah, I know not everybody in here is like conservative. Like I'm probably center conservative. Like I'm not all out one way or the other. I know not everybody is, but I think we can all band together in slimy sleazeball type people, and any type of extremist on either side needs to get rid of. We need to get rid of those types of people.
I don't care that this stuff exists or that people do it. I don't like that the content exists because I am not a fan of the content because I think it creates unrealistic parasocial relationships between
I wonder what they'll find with the guy up in DC, the bomber up in DC. I wonder what they'll find that his thing was. I wonder how far down the rabbit hole he was.
Well, that's vast majority. I'd be willing to bet if they shared their demographic data, it would be like 99% men that are paying for stuff. It creates this weird parasocial relationship between creator and payer that will deeply damage a young man's perception of what a normal relationship with a woman would be like. It's one step beyond just browsing the hub sites and taking care of yourself and then moving on with your day. It's creating this actual relationship that they think they're in. It's the whole new like tier 3 sub. A lot of people are talking about this as being just like Tumblr. Essentially, Tumblr banned this type of content and it killed the site. The problem is, its banning didn't necessarily kill the site. The site was fine before it, but then it allowed itself to be defined by that. And also,
did I say get rid of them? By get rid of them, I mean expose what they're doing to where the truth's out there and people can see the truth and move away from it. I don't want to ban anybody. I think everybody should be allowed to speak, short of anything illegal. On any platform, but I just want to expose it to where people know the truth.
So, by the way, this is exactly what Patreon did. Make no mistake about it. I remember when Patreon first launched, they would take anybody. They would take the spiciest of the spicy content creators. As soon as they got some VC money, they ditched them. They did it to Sargon, they did it to me, and I think Sargon had like $50K a month coming in at one point. Maybe that number's not right. It was large. He was one of the largest creators on there at that time. But now all they do is allow leftist commie LARPers on there and other stuff like that. OF without this kind of stuff is like KFC running out of chicken, like Domino's Pizza that doesn't want to sell pizza.
So the rest of it's memes. I was just covering this because I thought it was interesting. OnlyFans are banning all nudity and spicy videos and content and pictures when really that's their bread and butter. When anybody says OnlyFans, that's what you think of. If I told you guys I was getting an OnlyFans, you'd think it was a joke, or you'd think I was going to pose nude. But they're getting rid of that portion of their entire website. So we'll see how that works out for them. I'm sure there'll still be people there because Patreon went above and beyond who they banned. They went too far, I think. So there's still people that'll have to use OnlyFans or places like that, Subscribestar, OnlyFans. But I think they'll lose a huge amount of their base that they've had there. All right, that's it for that. The next video I want to go into is Nick v. Eminem and Eminem covered Scott McKay. So that should be interesting. Oh, here's your favorite intro, guys. EBS, we're going to need to see pictures or it didn't happen, okay?
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among
usurpations
pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
It actually says, somebody had a question about it. It actually says that they're getting rid of sexually explicit content, but nudity is still okay in an artistic format. So whatever that'll be, but anything that's sexually explicit, like right now they have hardcore pornography on there. All that's going away.
Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly, all
Here we go.
has shown that
But
mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and
usurpations,
invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards.
usurpations.
The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Scott McKay with us, and we will be discussing vaccines and what's going on around the world. And he says that
I love his little voice.
it won't be great for everyone. Is that right, Scott?
Yeah, the ending will not be for everyone.
Ooh.
That's right. And just before we begin, you can subscribe to our Telegram channels and to nicholasveniamin.com for my free email updates. And if you're watching this for the first time on YouTube, I will leave a link below in the description for the full interview. Scott McKay, thank you for joining me. And how are you, sir?
Fantastic, but I'll get better. How are you doing, brother?
I'm very good across the pond. People are waking up, but many are getting the vaccine. And of course, it's a horrible situation. So what are you hearing with the vaccines?
Well, I'll tell you what, we probably talk for the next hour, Nick, about the contraindications or things that are happening from this catastrophic mRNA gene altering spike protein shot that they're parroting as a vaccine is completely absurd. This is a cabal powered solution to reducing the population. That quite honestly, people have looked to me for probably since the election for hope, like, let us know things are going to be okay. And now we talk about these things. The fact of the matter is we are going to be okay. At least those who are on an ascension track. There's many people, hundreds of millions of people now that ran out.
Nice, $50.
Happy birthday, Mariah.
Well, I don't know if you were here yet, Tara. Thank you for that $50 from Mariah, but I did let everyone know that my stud fee is $100, so I'll make sure she gets one half of studding. I'll put a choke up on it or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Because they failed to take responsibility and do some research and find out what's really going on here. Look, the fact is, Nick, I'm baffled about the lack of common sense in that.
Oh, that's the skull that Scott has. That's the Punisher skull.
Somebody's terminal with a terminal disease and they have no hope, no prayer. Yet there is an experimental drug that's showing promising clinical signs of success. Yet the FDA will stand by and let them die. Not
okay. I wanted to get to this portion of the video because Scott put this out today, and I don't know what the legality of this is. But here's what Scotty Too Hottie put out today. Maybe it was yesterday, but still. Let me find it right quick. Was that it? No. I think this might be it.
Hey, Patriot Street Fighters. Good morning. Scott here. Just want to let you all know, those of you who are heading into the Health and Freedom Conference.
I'm sorry, that's not it right there. That's about the conference. It's this one right here.
Hey, gang, this is a call going out to all independently owned mom and pop pharmacies out there, or anybody that you know who may own a mom and pop pharmacy. Frontline doctors need help. I know Dr. Stella Emanuel they're handling 700 to 800 patients a day to get them HCQ and other things like ivermectin. The drugs that these big companies will not prescribe because they're running block to try to kill as many people as they can. So if you know anybody that has an independent or mom and pop privately owned pharmacy, please reach out to Dr. Stella Emanuel. If you go to DRSTEL.
So I know the ivermectin, people have been buying it at, pet supplies and, Tractor Supply for like horses and stuff. Does it require a prescription, first of all? And second of all, wouldn't it be illegal if it does to just start distributing it to other facilities like a quantum healing center?
Independent or mom and pop privately owned pharmacy. Please reach out to Dr. Stella Emanuel. If you go to drstellaMD.com, I believe you can drop a note in there, a contact us, and get them in touch with her because they're being overwhelmed with patients that need help and they can't get it with these pharmacies.
So, yeah, I know it doesn't. I know if you get it at like a pet shop or whatever, for like a horse, it doesn't require. That's how people are getting it and ordering it online and stuff. But he's asking for mom and pop pharmacies to get it from an actual pharmacy. So for human consumption, I think it does require a prescription. I know it doesn't at Tractor Supply. But I don't know if distributing it to a quantum healing center in Alabama is probably the best way to go if you're a legal pharmacy.
Throw a Hail Mary pass with some experimental drug that's proven to be effective because it's not FDA approved. However, people will rush in to get a shot for something that's not FDA approved, for something that has a 99.7% survival rate if you do nothing about it when you get it.
He said both of them.
Is what's baffling to me. But now we're hearing, obviously, women who are pregnant, boom, losing their babies. I think the worst that I've heard recently, and this is from personal people that I know, told me directly. Now 6 cases of men who have gotten the shot because this thing will attack your reproductive organs. They can't get an erection. One of them is 25 years old. I mean, we could talk about all these things all day. I mean, this spike protein attaches to every organ.
Is he talking about erectile dysfunction in his audience? What's the play here, Scott? How did you prove he couldn't get an erection?
Now 6 cases of men who have gotten the shot because this thing will attack your reproductive organs. They can't get an erection. One of them is 25 years old. I mean, we could talk about all these things all day. I mean, this.
I've never thought of that as being an attack on reproductive organs, that you can't get an erection. I figured it was like an attack on like the, poor semen quality or low semen count. I never thought about it being an erection would be an attack on your reproductive system, but I guess it'd be hard to reproduce without an erection. I know Scott's thorough. He probably checked every case by hand.
Spike protein attaches to every organ in the body and just sits there, for what, an activation or a weakening of one of the organs. And then that's where it goes on its attack. It's pure insanity. It's unadulterated insanity. I just went and got a haircut I got? I listened to people.
No way. Are you serious? It's a Seventh-day Adventist hospital. Adventist. That we can put that in the book. We can put that in the file, boys. With the whole connection we've been working on behind the scenes. Somebody copy and paste that shit.
People talk about, got the first shot, I'm going to get the second one in 4 months and all this. And I just want to run out of there. These people are shedding this spike protein all over the place on us unvaxxed people. They think we're the problem. So that's one of the things I'm hearing. I mean, there's just people are dying all over the place. I think they said there's 500,000 deaths.
So even if you believe this, even if this is what you personally believe, you've done the research, this is what you believe, the last person you're going to want to hear talk about it is somebody with a giant audience like this, and clearly on a few FBI watch lists. He's probably not the guy you want to see talking about this or hear about this, because all he's doing is putting a big bullseye on it. Now people are going to step in. Now people are going to check into it. I guarantee you it's going to be different now because he mentioned it.
Shot. And because people don't see it on their trusted CNN or, Fox, even Fox News or wherever, another cabal-powered machine that always has been cabal-powered, they just are rushing into, you might as well run into a hail of gunfire.
When you say that...
A hell of gunfire, really?
What do you mean by that?
Well, we know, and I've been saying this for probably the last couple of months, people asking, when's the military doing their job? I'm going to do that. They're doing it. Okay. The objective for, let's say the Q intelligence drops that came out to help us understand what was going to happen, what was coming, lay out a roadmap.
I swear, I think Scott I think he's a plant, man. He says too much stuff at the wrong time. He says way too much of the stuff that are crossing the line. He's beating around the bush. He's allowed to grow. And then suddenly when people start calling him out, people started calling him out for always being able to get back on YouTube, and they weren't able to make duplicate YouTube accounts, but he can. People started calling him out. Suddenly now he can't. It's, I don't know. I swear I think he's a plant.
Inspire a sense of calm in those of us who are willing to do the work to get an understanding of what these brilliant military intelligence people were trying to do in this operation to bring down this global satanic power structure and free humanity. So in one of those drops, they talked about that the ending will not be for everyone. What does that mean? Well, the only way that we win this battle, which is the battle for Earth, the battle for humanity, is that there has to be a large scale sweeping global awakening process among humanity to be shit shocked out of their sleep that they have been lured into by the entire architecture of this cabal apparatus that has given.
Hey, Beer Man, Book Girl, bought you 10 6-packs. Here's the other half of that stud fee. Thank you. Now she can get a full studding. I appreciate that. Well, that's 2.
Instead of a world of abundance, which our creator is about.
I expect your loins to be at an adequate temperature by the time the show's over. Or what, if you got to use friction or whatever you got to do, figure it out.
And in a planet that can produce it, a world of scarcity. It's like throwing your kids in a playpen, only enough food for 2 of them, and you got 5 of them in there and they're starving. No parent's going to do that, nor is our creator. They have found a way to create an environment of scarcity in this world. So we're fighting and competing under capitalism, etc. I'm a capitalist, obviously, in these economic structures, but now we learned that they were all created by the cabal powers of Satanists. So we would be, at war with each other. And so in the case of all of this, and people have just come to believe everything from the mainstream media, from the politicians, the scumbag class on the planet, from their own doctor who's telling them they need to get the shot and the shot's going to kill them, right? So they just come to put their faith and their belief in other people instead of using our God-given 6th sense, our discernment factor, that spiritual discernment mechanism we have to look at this reality and decide for themselves, learn to trust themselves. So we've done this forever. We've watched our whole.
Here's the problem I have with their theory. Okay, if some type of evil group of people were trying to hurt people, okay, and they had the ability to hurt those people by making something new, okay. The people that are on their target list are their opponents, the people who supported the other guy, the orange man. That's the people that would be their ultimate targets, right? The people who don't conform, the people who don't agree, the people who resist or don't do this or don't do that. That would be their targets. And they knew that those people were less likely to do what they said. So if you really wanted to do this right, what you would do is you would put out the first one, and the first one would actually be a way to protect people from a second one that was coming out. Okay? And the first one would protect people from the second one. It would be like an inoculation ahead of time. And the second one would be the one that took everybody out because they know who would resist. They know the people who wouldn't take the first one, and that's their main target. That's the goal. That's the people who resist, the people who won't fall in line, the people who won't listen. to their rhetoric or the media or blah, blah, blah. Wouldn't that be a better plan? I don't know. Maybe not.
Whole lifetimes, Nick, these people deployed.
I had to explain it weird because I don't want to get banned on YouTube, but that makes sense to me.
We can get down through the list where they've created a machine to help us murder ourselves, commit self-suicide, but we won't believe it. We won't believe it.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly why they're sold out. Who said that? Yeah, Barbara, that's exactly why they're sold out. They've been sold out all over the place.
And what's it going to take for humanity to wake up and strike back? Unfortunately, as I'm starting to see this evolve, it's going to take bodies piling up all over the planet. Now, we know right now the people that got the shot in their mind and these
So let's lay it out like this. Let's say what would be the best way to lay this out? Let's say that I wanted to, my goal was to get rid of old cars because they explode. Okay? And I started telling people, hey, you got to get rid of your old car because they explode. You got to get rid of your old car because they explode. You got to get rid of your old car because they explode. And I have this science backing me up, old cars explode. And people are like, old cars don't explode. And I'm like, no, we're going to do this. I'm the government, and I do what I want to, and old cars explode. And they're like, no, I've been driving my car forever. And they're like, no, they explode. Here's the science. So I started putting on a pressure campaign. The people that went ahead and got rid of their old car and buckled clearly aren't the people that I'm worried about because they did what I said. When I asked them to do it, they went ahead and did it, right? So they got new cars. They upgraded their cars. Everybody bought new cars, got rid of their old cars. So what I would do was I would keep telling people, oh, you got to get a new car, got to get a new car, got to get a new car, until I got the maximum number of people to get a new car, and then I would flip some kind of secret switch that made old cars explode. I wouldn't tell people that old cars explode and then make people get new ones and then blow up the new cars, because all that would leave me with was the people with old cars who disagreed anyways.
Doctors and other
weird
that are perpetuating the cabal powered narrative is that the reason people are dying is because of those people that didn't get the shot, without logically thinking, okay, if you get the shot, you're safe. You can go out in public, no mask, you're bulletproof from COVID. Yet how many people are contracting COVID that got the shot? Okay.
Hey, Beer Man, Susan W. bought you 5 6-packs. Happy birthday, Mariah. Here's to new beginnings and new homes. There you go, Mariah. That's 30% right there. I'll put it on you.
Second,
thank you very much.
When these deaths start piling up, probably spring of next year, when it starts to really get December next and spring of next year, as I understand from information I'm seeing. So these people are going to be dropping, and they're going to be blaming it on us.
Oh, Scott don't sound good. Listen to that, and listen to that after he coughs. Listen.
Yet how many people are contracting COVID that got the shot? Okay. Second thing, when these deaths start piling up, probably spring of next year, when it starts to really get December next and spring of next year, as I understand from information I'm seeing. So these people are going to be dropping.
From information I've seen, he sounds short of breath, baby.
And they're going to be blaming it on us. Like, okay, well, why are you're supposed to be bulletproof. You got the shot. I'm completely vulnerable, totally exposed in this environment, yet I'm healthy and I'm fine. But you're the one that's dying right now. You got the shot. And they're still going to have millions of bodies pile up before somebody.
He's twitching. Yeah, I have seen him kind of moving weird.
Wait a minute. All these people got the shot, but they're dying like crazy. All the dangerous ones that didn't get it, they're not dropping. There's going to have to be something like that. What's going to get their attention?
Well, it's weird that he says all the dangerous ones who didn't get it, they're not dropping, and not to take a shot at a man while he's down. But I mean, his father passed away super fucking quick. Brad is now claiming that the government killed his one of his buddies, Presley Stutz or whatever his name is, saying that he took him out because he died super quick after he contracted it. So yeah, I mean, like you can say that, but it is taking other people really quick, especially if they have some type of complications or medical history that aligns those people. Congestive heart failure, any type of heart issues, any type of breathing issues, lung issues, stuff like that. It's taking people pretty quick.
Bodies piling up all over the planet, millions, tens of. There's
everybody on the tour ended up with COVID. So what happened was, they all got sick, and Scott come out and said that at first he said that they had been poisoned by an unknown type of poison, and they were going to get to the bottom of it. Well, then his dad ended up hospitalized, and when his dad got hospitalized, of course, they had to test him, and he come back positive, and then the other people refused to be tested, but the doctor said, of course you've all got it. He's got it, you've all got it. That's why y'all have the same symptoms. So then Scott said they poisoned them with a COVID gun.
45% of the world's population has gotten a shot now. If that's true, do the math. 7.7 billion times 4. You're talking billions of people that are going down from this. I never would have thought I would hear myself verbalize anything like this. But now that we see this roll out, and now that I see the stupidity of humanity here in America, the absolute outrageous stupidity, I'm thinking, oh yeah, it's plausible we're going to lose billions of people because these people are running into a hail of gunfire. It's insanity to me. So
running into gunfire.
It's truly insanity. The best advice I can give people, if you didn't get the shot, stay away from people that have the best you can. Stay away from them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You see, when we're born, they want to vaccinate our children before they're even able to build up their own immune system. So already they're shutting it down. Do you think that people are willing to accept to be vaccinated every 3 months for a new variant for the rest of their lives? Is that how stupid it's going to get?
Yeah, he claims that they used a gun to some type of gun device to put it into the ventilation system to take them all out.
I got to tell you, Nick, it certainly appears that way. I heard some clown from the UK 2-3 days ago saying that, look, this is just the beginning.
He says gun once and he says trigger man 3 times. The trigger man when he's talking about it in the rants that he did, the audio recorded rants.
This is the Delta variant. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. Now he's saying we're going to go to E, F, G. It's like, wait a minute, rewind the clock. The experts, our trusted advisors in the WHO, NIH, Fauci, all these criminals, murders. Okay, so all our trust in them. It's only 15 days, folks. Flatten the curve. That's all we need. Flatten the curve. Masks works. Masks don't work. The mask isn't going to help you. Fauci. And now it is going to help you. I don't know how many microns the virus is, but there's no mask out there that can keep that thing from coming in that any of these people are wearing on the planet. It's completely ineffective. So now you got to wear your masks. Now you got to stay 6 feet apart. It's their favorite number, 6. Now you got to stay 6 feet apart. Now we need just a lockdown for, till the vulnerable time passes. Now we got to keep you locked down throughout the summer when the best time to attack this thing is to be out in the sun because the sun kills it. Vitamin D3 production happens with sunshine, which again makes you healthier, more bulletproof to it. Okay, so let's just walk through this evolution.
Yeah, so far they've got alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. The alpha was the UK. The beta was South Africa. The gamma was Brazil. And the delta is the one, India is what they were calling it.
Of all this, right up till now, voluntary vaccine. Now to mandate, now to vaccine cards where you can't get in restaurants now in New Orleans.
That's what I was trying to say, Chris McVeigh. If everybody looks at what Chris McVeigh said from Facebook, that's what I was trying to say. That would make more sense to get the people who disagreed, who refused, who stood up, who caused troubles, who did everything else. That's what I was trying to say without getting banned. I just didn't know how to say it and step around all the words. Thank you very much for that. Here's a more likely conspiracy. V, the compliant, then release the deadly one that kills people who refuse. That's a much more likely thing to hit the people that you claim they target. That'd be the way to do it.
New York City. Can't even go out to eat. They're going to now take it to where you can't get food if you don't have this thing. So those people who have been trusting the same group of murderous criminals.
They keep saying that. They're going to make it to where you can't get food, can't get food, can't get food. I'm telling you, if you put some type of restriction between a man and buying food for his family, when he turns around and sees his kids are hungry and he can't go buy food, y'all are going to have a mess on your hands. I'm telling you, there are a few things. So everybody has a limit where they'll stand up and say, no more, I'm done. Some people, it's way high. Some people, it's way low. I would say the quickest way to get a shit ton of people would be to starve their kids. I mean, like I'm cool. I'm relaxed. I can get through a lot of things when my PTSD isn't flared up and get by just a fine day. If my kid tells me he's hungry and I'm not allowed to buy food, I'm coming to take yours in a video game.
Don't have the intellectual wherewithal, Nicholas, to say, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't just mean men. I mean everybody, but yeah.
Wrong every single time. They tell us this is a solution and we give up our liberties and we walk into that trap door and say, well, that didn't work. This is what's going to work. So we follow that solution, go through that trap door. That didn't work either. It's going to take this trap door. And these people, they just keep rolling off the cliff. It is beyond anything I thought I would ever see in my lifetime. But the stupidity itself is the virus here. Stupidity. And I think Earl Nightingale said this over 100 years ago when Earl Nightingale was asked, what's man's greatest problem? Without even thinking, the immediate response before the question was nearly finished, man simply refuses to think. Man simply refuses to think. Right?
You see, we're unable to go and eat in restaurants or fly even eventually because they want us to be vaccinated. But do you know what really gets me? What really gets me is that they tell us that even if you're vaccinated, you can still spread the virus. Amazing. So how the hell does vaccines certificates have any value?
I don't know, buddy. I
know what
I'm baffled every day of my life. Every day of my life, I am baffled by what I see. I'm baffled.
Yeah,
so
it's absolutely terrible.
It's truly the Walking Dead. Now, once again, as I said in the past, sorry.
Oh wow,
this little tickling cough that came from getting sick there a bit ago. But the main focus in this battle is the ascension process, freeing humanity up to spiritually ascend. If we do not see this cataclysmic situation come upon humanity to where those of us who can wake up do wake up, even if they bring down the entire cabal apparatus and put all these scumbags in a box and bury them, we still don't have a victory. Why? Because 911, where are we now? Everybody goes right back to the same mindset, believing these politicians, forgetting what happened. Now we know it was an inside job done by Bush and Cheney and most clowns in America. So
yeah, we know.
Different example to use.
Flaming Arrow and all.
Will not wake up from the depths of this slavery system that we live in, that we think we are free. It's a slavery system because the earth could produce all the wealth and dreams and imaginations that we could come up with. The earth and our creator is that, what should I say? That is the entire experience we should.
I think they're basically admitting now, like, you can still get it, you can still transfer it, but it's not as nearly as bad on you, like as far as hospitalizations or what treatment you need or how your body deals with it. I think that's what they're saying now. I'm not positive. You'd have to look that up yourself. I don't do health information. That's not my job.
Should be having, because you can't spiritually ascend to your highest level unless you're blissfully happy. I never ascended spiritually when I was miserable, when I was in terrible condition, broke, hungry, whatever. You don't raise spiritually. You're desperate and you're begging God for help. When you're in a state of happiness and bliss and you have everything that this world and this experience can offer in a state of bliss, that's when your vibration is as high as it can be. And that's when you're spiritually ascending. That's what our creator gave us. What they gave us is this nightmare we live in. How do we wake people up to buy into what I just said to you? I can say this to a million people, and 999,000 are going to look at me like, that guy's out there. I've been talking like this to some degree for most of my life. And even my friends who I love and care about, they always still had that, like, Scott's kind of over there in left field on a number of things. He's out there, right? What does it take to wake these people up? So they realize that the architecture of this is satanic by design, to destroy, to wreak havoc, produce misery, because they feed off of that energy. The Luciferians, in all reality, metaphysically and physically, they feed off of that negative, dark energy that comes from death, suffering, misery. They love that shit. That's why people say, when are they going to do this? When are they going to bring this whole thing down? Q and a team said this, that they would not make any moves until they could guarantee the safety of the American people. These guys, if they're in a corner and they're done, it's over, they're going to pull the grenade pin and they're going to toss it in the middle of everything, because not only they figure I already lost anyways, they're going to take down as much of humanity and scorch the earth, because at least on their way out, they're absorbing all that negative energy. that the dark energy, which is what they feed on. So it's going to take something like what I see coming before these people finally are punched in the face so hard and realize that they're facilitating the murder machine. Then there's going to be a global awakening and then a furious counterpunch where now people will finally believe what they've been seeing forever.
Wow, Pixie.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. And also another thing is when people, the reason why people can't give dates, and we shouldn't give dates, because it's not about dates. This is about, it's a little bit like playing chess. You can't tell someone when you're going to finish playing chess, because the game could go on forever, because it's a game of strategy and you're constantly thinking about the next move and seeing what the other person does. So that's why dates can't even come into it. It's about strategy and consciousness. That's how I understand. Now, in this time now where we're going through an awakening, I believe that the Great Awakening will begin when Trump is reinstalled. And, have you experienced non-spiritual people who have now become spiritual because of this event that's been occurring that we're in the last couple of years now?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
I don't know if I would say I know of any non-spiritual people in transformation. The closest thing that I could draw parallels to that concept is many Democrats that I had met when I was out with Sasha Stone on the tour all summer had become awake and had moved over. I mean, they're at a Patriot Street Fighter event. It doesn't become any clearer than that of where they ideologically stand, philosophically stand. And I've talked to people that just in the last couple of months, and many of these people, I stumbled across you. Somebody sent me video, Scott. I've been following you since the nuclear video last fall, whatever. Democrats, lifelong left-wing liberal, dyed-in-the-wool socialist Democrats who have now raced to the other end of the spectrum because they see the truth. That is probably a spiritual awakening I could classify as being what you're asking, completely dramatic.
There you go. The spiritual awakening. All right, I'm going to skip ahead some.
A number of people are ascending spiritually.
Oh, did he get disconnected?
Sorry, my friend.
No, it's okay.
I'm going to hit my can for 1 minute.
I'll edit this out. Don't worry.
Supposed to edit this out. What type of treatment's he giving himself that he can't have it on camera? The fuck?
Sorry about that, brother. I ran out and I
here we go.
Medicine. Seems like I take some in the morning. I'm okay. I forgot to, but a little tickle, it just keeps on,
That's okay. We had to pause there because you wanted a good cough and probably a drink. So there you are. Here we're back.
That's my gut. So I look at it this way. We've been through this, tens of thousands, probably millions of times in lives through this constant process. I look at those.
Hey, Beer Man, Sarah bought you 15 six-packs. The stud fee has been met. Happy birthday, Mariah. There we go. It's another studding, Mariah. You're going to be studded out. Look like a damn porcupine. All them studs run up in you.
Who are going to miss this ride, miss this transition from a third density Earth, which is an ascension being like we are. It's not a rock with trees and dirt and all that. People think it is. Satan has taught us that. So if they destroy it, they're just destroying nothing. Just a rock.
Gotta poop.
Trees. So it makes a fourth density transition, what we can call a state of bliss. And those people whose consciousness is not high enough to the higher end of third density, which we are, the Earth is now currently, when the Earth transitions to that, you can't survive it. If you're not at the high end of third density, you simply can't survive the transition, whatever that means in a physical sense, a spiritual sense, whatever. So these people will then be recycled and to another third density experience to continue to evolve and grow. Now it won't be here in this Earth because it'll be up whatever other, planet, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I know people are complaining about this school year, and what's going on at the schools locally, but there is no place that you could affect more with your votes. No place that you could affect more. That's why I always tell you to start local. School board, mayor, alderman, or board of commissions, or whatever you got, commissioners. local election, the person who's running your local election there, all that stuff. There's nowhere that you can affect more easier than places like that.
Realm, some type of other dimension, or something that looks nothing like a physical form. I don't know what that looks like, but they're going to have to go through more experience.
It looks nothing like a He's so weird. He says he studies quantum physics, and to him that means people that are light beings.
Higher end of third density, which we are, the Earth is now currently. When the Earth transitions to that, you can't survive it. If you're not at the high end of third density, you simply can't survive the transition, whatever that means in a physical sense, a spiritual sense, whatever. So these people will then be recycled and to another third density experience to continue to evolve and grow. Now, it won't be here in this Earth because it'll be whatever other, planet, whatever realm, some type of other dimension, or something that looks nothing like a physical form. I don't know what that looks like, but they're going to have to go through more experiences of what we call life to continue to learn, grow. And for all intents and purposes, you and I may be, the last one we had to go through this evolution, or, maybe 1 million ago, maybe we were in the same situation and we had to, again, be recycled. When you look at the Bible and it talks about the rapture and how the people that are not believers, or whatever you'd call that, are removed, they just vanish, disappear. Right? Where do they go? Well, somewhere. And that's exactly what the rapture is describing. People think the rapture is a bad thing. Right. That's again, the Satanists turned it all around. It's harvest time. The rapture is a good.
Oh, okay.
It's another, upward movement for most, and for many or most or whatever, probably more like many. And the others, again, take the lesson of what they have not learned in this particular experience to hopefully learn from it, because now they're recycled again to a third density, and so I don't see it necessarily as a real terrible thing.
Okay, you keep getting recycled to the third density.
Painful losses for people that are loved ones. But at the end of the day, that's life, And people say, how horrible is this in the U.S.? How horrible they'd let this happen. Really? Well, let's look at it from this perspective. How horrible has it been all of our lives, where the British Crown has been raping the resources, the land, American big oil companies going into Africa and turning, ecosystems into wastelands, and there's starvation and disease throughout the African nations.
Yeah, but where are we going to get our lithium batteries?
Horrible. How can they let this go on? Why? Didn't seem to bother anybody sitting here on their couch watching TV in America, when they know the African people, that the black people have been utilized by these cabal powers as cannon fodder longer than you and I have been alive. But they're not worried about that. They've never worried about. Look, when these rebel groups were going through Rwanda in the 90s, and they were macheteing 200,000 people to death, and the UN did nothing. Clinton did nothing. Now, I am in my mid-20s, I guess, about that time. I lay in bed at night in tears, tearing my soul apart that this is actually happening to human beings. Why was
He's such a fucking liar, dude. He's such a fucking liar. This is like the third or fourth time he's claimed that something was going on in the world, like a world event, and he would lay in bed at night crying his eyes out, and he didn't even know why he cared so much about everybody else, because this was my position. This is what God had made me to do. He's such a fucking liar.
I have no idea. That's not the age where people really focus on stuff like that, right? But that's been with me forever. It tore me apart, and I wondered, how can nobody be going crazy like Clinton? What's this president doing? Nothing. So here's the thing. It's relativity. Everybody who's screaming in America right now, how can they let this happen? Well, just like you guys all sat around while they were doing it to the Africans, murdering how many people? UN running around, we're going to give you a vaccine against HIV or whatever, and they're giving them HIV and wiping them out, right?
Yeah.
It's always been happening. This is not new. Right now, happening. It's not new.
You're absolutely right. The thing is, we see death as a bad thing, okay? But according to Alex Collier, he says that when we die, even as an accident, like a car accident here on Earth, our soul actually chose that. We decide when we die. So when we only suffer here as humans.
That makes sense.
When we die, okay? And it's just transition, because we never die. We live forever. We're as old as the universe. Now, when Trump gives us the option to take the vaccine or not, which is free will, it's because the soul is deciding if they want to take that or not, and if they're going to leave this plane.
God.
And maybe a certain amount of people need to leave this plane who are not to that conscious level in order for this Earth to start shifting into the 5D. What do you think of that? Because maybe Trump, understands that level of consciousness.
My hat is off to you, my friend. I'm going to tell you right now, People have been asking me this for a long time, and I have no good answer. Why does Trump say this at times, et cetera, et cetera? You're the first person that has actually given me an answer that is brilliant, and it makes absolute sense. Absolute sense. My hat is off to you.
Oh,
and I'm going to tell you this. You're right. And somebody said this to me. Now, what I'm going to say goes against the modern day Christian.
You're the first person who gave me an answer that makes sense, but I already knew it. That's why you're right.
I go crazy when I say it. But as they know with me, I don't care what you think. I'm just telling you the truth as I see it, know it, feel it, and believe it. You don't have to believe my truth. Take your own. Keep failing. I don't care. It's your call. Because if that Christian orthodoxy was so right, righteous, and powerful, how the hell does planet descend into a satanic order? Guess what? Something's missing. 777 books in the Bible whittled down to 66. I've been saying this for a long time. This Bible is brilliant work. Brilliant. But that puzzle is a puzzle piece for the rest of it. Where's the rest of it? We wouldn't be having a conversation like this. So the simple fact is this. Friend of mine, her name is Mickey Clam, that told this to me. She said, you know what, Scott? It helped me make a leap in how I feel with my dad's life being taken from this thing and on a direct attack on me at an event here in Pennsylvania. And they took out me, my whole team, and my whole family. All went down. He became the casualty of my war here. So what gives me...
Oh, come on, dude. The casualty of your war? He became your prop, and then you took him around until that prop became infected, and then what?
Right, righteous, and powerful. How the hell does planet descend into a satanic order? Guess what? Something's missing. 777 books in the Bible whittled down to 66. I've been saying this for a long time. This Bible is brilliant work. Brilliant. But that puzzle is a puzzle piece for the rest of it. Where's the rest of it? We wouldn't be having a conversation like this. So the simple fact is this. Friend of mine, her name is Mickey Clam, that told this to me. She said, you know what, Scott? It helped me make a leap in how I feel with my dad's life being taken from this thing and on a direct attack on me at an event here in Pennsylvania. And they took out me, my whole team, and my whole family. All went down. He became the casualty of my war here. So what gives me peace is that he saw the war being conducted by his son, and to a magnitude he never imagined. Number one, he had a ride for 18 months. And then she said he fulfilled his contract. He had made a contract to come here in this density, in this plane, and have his experience as he needed it, made a decision to come here on his own, this light being from, another time, or not another time, but, maybe a higher density, to come down in a lower density and work on some things that my late being dad needed to go through to, again, work on things, right? She said he fulfilled his contract. It was his choice when and how or when.
Oh, okay. Wow. That makes perfect sense.
Complete sense of peace. I had a sense of peace when I was laying on the road dying, and I knew I was dying, and I, hit that fade to black, and you resign to that. Most peaceful probably moment of my life. Absolute peace, not bliss yet, but just peace. Everything's gonna be okay. It is the reckoning's upon you, and here comes serenity when you make peace with that. So you're right. Death isn't a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. And like you said, when it's in car accidents or whatever, those beings chose, these exits at these times because they feel.
Oh, of course they did.
Their obligation.
I just think I'll leave now.
So I think from your point of view,
this dude's wild.
That's what people would be saying about Trump, saying things are, about the vax are good, is because, yeah, you know what? You're right. When you're in a group of very negative people, it's so oppressive that you have to fight hard not to become negative. If you're in a group of very positive people surrounded by them and you're negative, it's really hard not to become a positive person. I've been in those environments. It's what happened to me. So you're right. If we have all of these lower frequency and some dark energy people on the planet, and they're here, they're holding the planet back from its ascension. They're holding us back from our spiritual ascension. So therefore, this is a way to help these people exit. Look, they went in and got the shot. They're wearing masks. They can't see each other's expressions on their faces. It's like everybody's now Taliban in the United States. They don't like it for that culture over there.
Same.
It's terrible to cover up people's faces.
Oh, God.
But what are these people doing? Same.
Exactly. It's their free will. They have to choose it. It's their free will. And if they don't want to...
see 007. Thanks for joining us, man.
Because they're on a different time in their journey. Maybe they have to transition to a different realm.
Dude, I swear they've been making further leaps towards Scientology.
But for us to sit here and be sad that they've gone to a different realm is just from a human perspective.
Yeah.
But from a spiritual perspective, it's about cleansing. Who knows? it could be the case.
I just absolutely love that perspective and that answer. It's cleansing the planet of the lower frequency energy and beings, and making way for those who are going.
It's cleansing us lower energy beings off the planet.
It makes perfect sense to me. It's the best theory I've ever heard so far. So that's brilliant.
Some people are probably wondering, they're listening to this and they're wondering, well, I know someone that works in the medical, or in hospital or in their job, and they've had to take the vaccine, in order to keep their job, but they're against it. Again, I think it's a spiritual thing. If they've been forced to do it and they haven't left their job and they haven't tried to find other things. I mean, I sacrificed my law career, which I got a first in everything. And I decided to do what I'm doing with 0 subscribers in the beginning to interview people for the truth, because for me, I just couldn't stay there. It was very toxic for me. And I find that it lifted me doing interviews with people like yourself and learning and knowledge. You just can't hack it. Do you know what I mean? So that's just my interpretation. That's my theory on it all. So,
You did it to seek out truth, right? And I told you before, that's a bold move. You walked away from from a professional situation and stature to do something for the good of humanity. And like you said, you had no subscribers, like not one. And so you put yourself in a position where you could end up in poverty or been very trying, but it's what you chose to do. These people, you were doing it for, to help awaken humanity. They should be doing it to save their lives, right? I can't leave that job because I need that money. What's more important, money or your very life? That kind of thinking is a mental illness, brother.
Well, it depends. I mean, it's not money versus your life. Some of us have to be adults, Scott, and some of us found somebody that wanted to procreate with us, Scott. And sometimes you have to make a decision. This might put me in danger for my life, but I have to have that money to feed my fucking kids.
I'm telling you, it's a mental illness.
You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. If you are not awakened enough to understand what you just said, you are absolutely right. It's not about the.
Dude, I think everything is you weigh everything out. There are some people who check enough boxes for pre-existing conditions that it's probably better for them to make sure that they survive it right now and worry about later. There are other people who are probably better worrying about right now on their own, and there will be no later. But don't come in here and tell me that if I make the decision to stay at work, I gotta have my job to feed my family, keep a roof over their head, blah, 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 and I make that decision that I'm somehow less than you or being eliminated for being less than you or not ready or fucking bullshit. Scott, not everybody goes and finances a fucking tour bus off the backs of vulnerable people and the lies you tell them.
Job. It's about saving your
asshole.
Life. What's good? How good can a job be if your life is at risk for a vaccine? Absolutely. You're absolutely right.
I say this over and over. That's like paying the cannibals to eat you last. You're going to get gone, brother, either way. Just going to extend the pain. It's all of it is day by day goes. And I'm still truly baffled. And these people I just see still walking around wearing masks. It's like, I heard this years ago. One guy says to another, he said, you know what the two greatest problems in the world are? And he says, no, what? He said, ignorance and apathy. He says, what do you think of that? The other guy says, I don't know, and I don't care. That's pretty much the world we live in.
Yeah. Well, Scott McKay, it's been absolute an honor to have you on. It's been really good. I really enjoyed our conversation. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Yeah. Once again, think for yourself, do your own research, trust yourself. That is the only protection you have out there in this world today during this fight. If you want to be calm, have a sense of peace like I do, like Nick does, because we know the ultimate outcome, but you need to do your own research. Stop relying on everybody else. Go look for yourself. Let the spirit guide you. And then when you can see the picture more clearly, then you'll understand it. You'll be more at peace. Other people will be drawn to that. And you can lead more, of Moses' children out of Egypt. So you just have to do your own research. You have to use your own brain. You've got to think for yourself and trust yourself. Stop relying on everybody else to do your thinking for you.
Absolutely. Well, Scott McKay, thank you very much once again. And we'll speak again in 2 weeks. God bless you.
It's great to see you again, brother.
Jesus Christ.
We did not engage in conflict that was out of...
He was supposed to cut a portion of that recording out. He never made it. So that's Scott's latest update. He also posted a weird post. He also posted this weird post over here. Let me read it right quick. I don't know what's going on with him personally, but he said, "Hey gang, we're out of live streaming capability until the 23rd. So it'd be 4 days. I will record tonight's show and get it up on Rumble tonight, then post the link here." It's not up yet, but apparently he's recording and uploading it because he can't live stream right now. I don't understand why, because I'm pretty sure he can live stream to Rumble. I've seen him live on Rumble. I know they... He made this post about YouTube. He says, "Sorry, gang, it looks like the MTPs, the Milk Toast Pussies, at YouTube have assembled a Patriot Street Fighter Rapid Reaction Force," because he's got to make everything he says sound as similar to the military as possible. So now they have an acronym, MTP, and then you have to have Patriot Street Fighter Rapid Reaction Force. And then he puts Rapid Reaction Force to preemptive strike our videos before they are even out of the box. They switched the Nick V interview from public to private so no one would get to see it before I pulled it down myself. Then they nuked it. It's going up on Rumble now. I would have done it earlier, but was out running a million catch-up errands. Stand by, forking scumbags wearing their sister's skinny jeans and their uncle's dirty undergarments. What is this weird fetish he has with you cross-dressing as other members of your family? He's always got you in your sister's jeans and your mom's shoes and your dad's socks, and now he's got you in your uncle's dirty undergarments. Is that weird? I swear it's a real post. It's right here. Hold on. I'll pull it over where you guys can see it. And their uncle's dirty undergarments. Is that not a weird way to say shit? I don't know. I've never heard anybody speak like that. He's a fucking creep, dude. I don't know what to say other than that. All right, so that was Scott's latest update with Nicholas of the Eminem. We've got this place filler for Doe here. Let's see what he's got.
This is a placeholder for Naples.
Let me refresh that. That sounded like the remix.
Hey guys, Jug here. We're in Naples, Florida, and we'll be going live. This is a placeholder for Naples, Florida, for the video holder for tonight.
Saddle shoes.
9:30ish. I don't want to give an exact time. 9:30 from Naples, Florida. We're going to go live. We'll see you there.
I'm assuming I guess they went live. Well, maybe not. They're not live on Rumble at least. It's 10:45 now and they're still not live. Let's see. I wanted to get in this Kirsten W here right quick. Let's check this out. Now that we know she's big friends with Paloma, and Paloma's probably going to... Most people that know Paloma says that she's going to be coming after us. So we'll see how that works. But I did really like one comment. One comment says, "Oh, you know Paloma's going to be over here soon. And when she does, this guy's gonna fucking eat her alive." Like it was a good comment. I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Made me feel good about my show. So thank you for that. But yeah, I'm hoping she gives us a little bit of attention, gives us another doorway in. We'll have to end it after that. But here, let's check out this Kirsten W and go from there.
Good morning, Patriots. Running late again, as usual. Here we go. We have Keto with CW.com. This stuff is amazing. You can take off a quick 5 pounds at any time. Okay, so let me basically put this on the screen. This is a sponsor, Keto with CW.com. It's an amazing product, and I use it, and it's great. I love it, and yeah, it's a good product. There we go. All right. Okay. We have a lot of news today, so let me get to it. Tons and tons and tons of news, and tons and tons and tons of news. Good morning, anyone. Okay, let me get it going. Okay, here we go. We have Interesting. Let's go to Australia. Oh, no, New Zealand. I'm sorry. I used to live there in NZ in Auckland. And yeah, we have this happening there, which is a little crazy. Here we go. That prime minister is a radical. Don't talk to your neighbors. New Zealand enters nationwide lockdown over one new COVID case.
All right, guys, give me your attention for...
New Zealand went into a nationwide lockdown on Tuesday after one person tested positive for COVID. Someone just got the COVID.
Where's her new... I wanted to see her new intro, but I guess she only played it that one time.
Stock up on food flooded supermarkets on Tuesday. The far-left prime minister...
Oh, is that what she did? I just heard her adjusting herself. I didn't see what she's doing.
Interesting. Let's go to Australia. Oh, no, New Zealand. I'm sorry. I used to live there.
It was higher. Let's see what happened.
Good morning, anyone. Okay, so, yeah, let me get...
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hair flip and tit slip. That's the old move. Hair flip, tit slipped. Let's lay them out there for the boys. Hell, we might have a trampoline jumping contest on them. Who knows?
We only get one chance. The best we can do is go hard. We have made a decision on the bias to start high and go down levels rather than go low, not contain. Yeah. That's a radical speaking to shut down the
Stay local and do not congregate.
That's right.
Talk to your neighbors.
Trump brings all the biddies out, so go ahead and dump them titties out, is what I used to hear. I don't know.
Please keep to your bubbles. It comes down again to those very simple principles. We know from overseas cases of the Delta variant that it can be spread by people simply walking past one another. So keep those movements outside to the bare minimum. Wear a mask.
Okay.
Make sure you keep up that
Thank you, Patsy.
Stay local and do not congregate.
They're all really upset because apparently, I said it earlier if you were here, but Presley, is that his name? Presley Stutes? Is that his? I can't remember if his first name sounds weird now. Whoever it is just passed away, and they're saying that the deep state killed him, of course, because he died of something they believe is not dangerous to anybody ever in the history of ever being anything dangerous. I think his name's Presley Stutes or Stutz, S-T-U-T-T-S. He died. Actually, the post that Brad made said, let's see what it said. Those genocidal bastards killed my friend Presley Stutes, a man of God, a retired Navy chaplain, and an American patriot who loved this country. And for what? All for money and political agenda? It's on now, bitches. So that come from Bradford.
Don't talk to your neighbors. Please keep to your bubbles. It comes down again to those very simple principles. We know from overseas cases of the Delta variant that it can be spread by people simply walking past one another. So keep those movements outside to the bare minimum. Wear a mask.
I've never seen. I don't think he has a YouTube channel, but he's on people's YouTube channel. He's an older guy and a preacher.
Make sure you keep
I feel bad that I don't want anybody to die. I feel bad about that, but I don't think it was a government setup to control the political agenda.
That physical distancing. Stay local and do not congregate. Don't talk to your neighbors.
Yeah, Australia's bad.
Oh, gosh, give me a break. Stay in your bubbles. Is that what she's calling a house now? Your bubble? You got to stay in your bubbles. Oh, my gosh.
Stay in your bubble in Australia. They all think that they're that important. Scott claims that he has agents following him. He said the FBI came and visited him. He said that when he went out of town for the Patriot Street Fighter tour, that he left booby traps in his apartment in case any federal agents showed up.
That is insane.
Idiot.
Stay in your bubbles. And, of course, everyone knows the Delta variant. I've talked about it. Dr. Tim Jennings has talked about it. If you're not on my Telegram, you're missing a lot. Those are the people that got the inoculation because they're very, very infectious. So, yeah, those are the Delta. There we go. Yep. Stay in your bubbles. I've never heard anything like that in my life. Stay in your bubbles. Don't come out of your house because there's one case of the flu. I mean, really, give me a break. We don't even know if it's a real one or not, okay? It's just radical. Here we go. We have here the recall election. Let's get to that in California. Federal lawsuit argues recall election is unconstitutional.
Oh, by the way, real quick, Lynn Wood, of course, spreading as much fear porn as possible, says stock up between now and September 11 on food, water, and other essentials. We stopped doing business with the tyrants on that day. This is not a one-day strike. This is a strike that we must be prepared to continue until we bring the tyrants to their knees. It will take courage and sacrifice, but courage is contagious, and we must rely upon the communities to help alleviate any suffering of others. I believe our strike for freedom will spread across our nation. I believe our nation's courage to strike for freedom will spread to the people in countries around the world. We can do this, patriots, and there is more we can peacefully do. Stay with me. Linwood, not everybody's a fucking millionaire. Some people are just worried about fucking feeding their family and paying their bills. They're not worried about, doing business with this person instead of that person. They're just trying to get food to their family. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I hate how these people act like everybody can live like fucking Linwood. Oh, stop doing this. Stop shopping there. It's more expensive here, but it's worth it. And you can do this. And you guys don't go to your compound on the lake and just retreat for a couple weeks when the world's weighing you down? No, we don't. Because we don't fucking have one.
Institutional. Well, I knew some
people. Not everybody can stock up on groceries. Me and Mariah's been in that spot where you couldn't stock up on anything. Every time we got a check, we were like running to the store because all we had was fucking chicken nuggets and nothing to even dip them in. Times are hard for people. Not everybody's got Linwood's money.
A federal lawsuit that argues voters for Gavin Newsom could be disenfranchised by California recall election, seeking to halt or fundamentally change the ballot ahead of September 14th election. The two California voters, including a Los Angeles sued Secretary of State Shirley Weber, arguing that recall violates the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause and one person, one vote principle enshrined in American democracy. It's a constitutional republic. Sorry, not something. And the plaintiffs Rex Julian Bieber and A.W. Clark are seeking a preliminary injunction to halt the recall election or falling short of that to add Governor Newsom to ballot as a candidate. They don't have a backup candidate because they want to keep...
I was hoping to see a bunch of footage of the Three Gorges Dam falling down, huh? Chahurston.
See, the Democrats don't. They're afraid, what would happen to Gray Davis.
The money that you guys supported me with, trying to help me get into a different place, blah, 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 is the most money hell we've probably ever had in the bank. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I was planning on using my VA home loan and zero down or whatever to buy a house, but I just wasn't ready yet. My credit score wasn't high enough. But yeah, not everybody lives. Even when I made good money, it was like we used good money to catch up on what we owed and to bring our level of living up a little bit, but it wasn't like we were stacking hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank.
Remember Gray Davis? He was replaced by Arnold Schwarzenegger, the rhino, the horrible rhino. And there we go.
I've seen that too, Becky. It's dangerous for sure.
Shall Gavin Newsom remain... Shall Governor Newsom be recalled? I meant remain him. Be recalled, removed from the office of the governor. The second.
That's right, Rajan.
List of candidates to replace the governor. Newsom himself is not legally allowed to appear on the list and cannot qualify as a write-in candidate. If more than 50% of the voters select yes on the first question, the candidate who gets the plurality of votes on the second.
I mean, we did when I made really good money on the road before I kind of lost my mind. But I also didn't work at all. Like there was like 2 or 3 months in the winter and 2 or 3 months in the summer where I wouldn't work at all because power plants had to be running at 100% capacity. They can't shut them down because everybody needs heat and air conditioning. So like we would stack some money in the bank, but it would basically be spent by the time I went back out on the road. I would have enough to get me out on the road and maybe, one more house payment or whatever. And then I had to go right back to work. When you go from being like super poor to being just regular poor, you have more niceties and you stay a little bit more stocked up. It's not like you're stacking tons of money in the bank. It's hard anymore, especially with the way inflation and over the last few years, the way the price of everything's going skyrocketed. Wages have kind of stagnated. It's hard to do what most people recommend you do, having savings in a rainy day fund a lot of times. Hell, when back in the 60s and 70s, a person working 40 hours a week could afford, to finance a home easily and pay it off and blah, blah, blah on the medium wage. Now you have to be making way above the median wage, and probably both of you fucking working to just barely finance a house. And they were saving money and putting it in the bank too.
Will be the new governor in a crowded field with a vote fractured among 46 certified recall candidates. The replacement candidate could win a low double-digit support among recall voters. That is no runoff provision. Thus, although Governor Newsom could receive more votes against his recall on issue 1, still the candidate who seeks to replace him, who receives fewer votes, could be chosen as governor. That's what they're saying. Okay. And going from there, let's see what he's imposed now in California. I mean, that place is like, I left in 2006. Here we go. Pacific Gas and Electric, this is where the fires are. Pacific Gas and Electric shuts off power to 51,000 customers, 18 Northern California counties to prevent wildfires. Wow. Did you not check to see if it was done by a direct energy DEW weapon? Yes. Pacific Gas.
A DEW weapon?
Electric announced Tuesday evening began shutting off power to 1,500 customers in 18 Northern California counties to prevent wildfires. Yeah. I guess the people are waking
They announced ahead of time they were going to cut off the power to prevent these wildfires because they had an issue going on. I guess they just knew ahead of time that they were going to be hit by a directed energy weapon. Sure.
Grizzly Flats, California, a wildfire raged through small Northern California forest town Tuesday, burning dozens of homes as dangerously dry and windy weather also continued to fuel the massive blazes and nation's. Meanwhile, we have Storm Grace in the Caribbean.
You want to see how Chahurston used to be a model? Well, let me show you. Oh, this isn't it either. I missed the right one. Which one is it? I'm sorry. There's one here that's the right one. Is it this one? No, that's not it either, is it? Damn it, where's the one where she's down? Oh, I had to pull it from Telegram, didn't I? Here it is. Never mind, I'll find it. I'll show you how she used to be a model. She is flawless. That's what I'll say. I would also like to say she's beautiful and brave. Yeah, that's all I got to say. I don't know why I can't ever find it. I got to pull it from over here, but whatever. Here we go, boys. Model time.
Longer. All of them. Oh, wow. Good morning, Patriots. Where we go when? We go all. Let's go. All right. Good morning, Patriots. Where we go when? We go all. Okay, go. All righty. There you go. Let's do it. There it is. Here we go. Where we go when? We go all.
Boom. Yeah.
This.
Oh, no. What was that?
This. Here we go. Do it. There. Good morning, Patriots. Where we go when? We go all. Okay, go. Let's do it.
Me and Mariah lived off ramen noodles and pizza rolls for first year we were married. Ooh, there it is. Fire. Work it, girl.
This. Where is this? This. Where is this? This. Where is this? Here we go. Here's this. Where is this? Here we go. This. Where is this? Here we go. This. Where is this? This. Where is this? This. Where is this? This.
I don't know why it keeps repeating.
This. Where is this? This. this? Where is this? Here we go. Here's this. Where is this? Here we go. Here we go. This. Where is this? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Intel drop. So
that's modeling done right. True, Chahurston. Back to the show.
Grace. And that is proceeding. So they're blocking all the water from getting to California, and they're it is. This is from 3 hours ago. So that's they're still doing the weather warfare because they know they have a very short time. They got to pull out all the stops. How many days do they have before someone takes control? Let me count for you. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
When she went to the doctor and they told her she had a spot they needed to check out on her pubic region. Luckily, they came back and told her that it was benign, and she said, "Well, benign and a half. I'm a shower, not a grower."
5 days, okay, and today is already, you could say 4 days. So this is their little scenario. They've had 5 storms in a row that didn't take. Here, tropical storms Grace and Henry forecast to be hurricanes. Okay, they're just really, really pushing this. Morphia porn and weather warfare. There we go. We have tropical storms Grace and Henri forecast to be hurricanes. Fred is still a flood threat. Oh, wow. Here we go. Here we go.
Spectrum News 13 weather team. I'm Maureen McCann from the Spectrum News 13 weather team. Quick update on the tropics. We don't have any threats for us here in Central Florida, but still 2 named systems out there in the Atlantic. Henri in the vicinity of Bermuda in the Atlantic, and then in the northern Caribbean, we have Grace, which is projected to become a hurricane as it travels west, staying to the south of the United States. Meanwhile, for Central Florida and the Sunshine State, we'll live up to our name today. There will be some showers and storms flaring up, but the coverage of rain really going down as we see some drier air build in. So notice those hour-by-hour rain chances are quite low. I'll go with 30% overall, but we're not going to see the type of rain like we've seen the last few days in terms of the aerial coverage. One thing we will get area
I wonder if she's going to open up another box of useless shit Scott McKay gave her. Number 1 Asian person. Yay, I got my award from Scott McKay. But no, I don't hate Kirsten either. She's been pretty nice.
Feels like temperatures over 100 degrees, even as high as 105 to 106 between 1 and 5 p.m. You can see those numbers really climbing. Again, that's the perceived temperature when you factor in high humidity to these temperatures. And again, not as much rain around to cool things down. With winds off the water, you'll stay closer to 90 at the coast. But remember, still feeling more like 100 or above. Actual temperatures getting into the middle 90s for many inland neighborhoods. Rain chances will stay on the lower end for the balance of the work week, bringing those rain chances to 40% by this weekend, early next week, all typical for this time of the year. Average high for this time in August is 92, so we'll be a little bit above that the next few afternoons. Join us for Weather on the Ones. We track any storms on Clydesdale 13. I'm Maureen McCann from Spectrum News 13.
Yeah, so we have Grace and Henri on the way. They've done a bunch. Fred didn't take, so as I said, they should stop trying because basically the Sahara dust wraps around them and takes them down.
Sure.
So that's what's happening because they've been doing weather warfare for so long. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into Afghanistan, but first.
And you were the last person I want to hear cover Afghanistan.
Hannity. Again, I'm the one that broke this. It's about the poppies. And here we go. I mean, do we even have the video? Okay. Trump told Hannity this is like the southern border, but worse. The way Biden is handling Afghanistan, the Afghan soldiers were some of the highest paid soldiers in the world. This is the one of the greatest embarrassments in history. Yeah. Do we have the video? No. Let me find the video. Okay. Here we go. Let's.
So they said I've talked to. Oh, hold on. Mariah, this is 2 studdings.
Carpe diem to the family and happy birthday, Mariah.
Carpe diem to the family. Happy birthday, Mariah. Thank you, the Q idiot. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that donation. We put that to good use. That is 2 studding fees. She will be well studied tonight. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What was I going to say before that? It doesn't matter. It probably wasn't important. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
Let's see here. I think here's the video.
Oh, by the way, that's what I know what I was going to say. I talked to some of my friends that were later on in Afghanistan and were working with the Afghan army, the Afghan security forces. And they said that there was money and funding and supplies within the Afghan army, but there was so much corruption and robbery and shit taken off the top that the regular foot soldiers were basically at the point of starvation. And other people were squandering and spending the money and it was never making it to them. So why would they stand there and fight when the Taliban shows up to take over and they haven't even, much less been paid, they haven't even ate in 2 or 3 days?
Yeah. 1 second. Okay. I think this is it. Okay, here's the video, folks. There's the video. And,
I'm putting it in you. Chat has spoken.
Of course, the Bushes are losing all their poppy production. Can we say that? Oh my gosh. It's really, really very, 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 very bad for Biden. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Is this it? Okay, let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Radically great negotiators. They've been fighting for 1,000 years, and everything about them they negotiate. We're being set up. They have all of those.
I'll beat that headache out of you.
I guarantee you they consider them to be hostages. And let's see what happens over the coming weeks. But this is not a story that just ended today or yesterday. This is a story that's going to go on for a long time. And it could be a very, very bad ending.
We have Americans caught behind enemy lines right now, and we were told this could never happen, and it happened. Let me ask you about energy. One of the reasons I had, for many years, been
Okay, why is it cut off? Why did it cut off? Okay, well, there are about 40,000 Americans or American-related stuck there. And, a lot. This is going to play in.
I don't know what she's calling for American related. They honestly don't have a very accurate number, but they believe there's probably still about 5,000 U.S. citizens that need exfil.
To his 25th Amendment, is he fit to rule or run the country? So that was coming. We remember that was coming. Okay. And yeah.
Not yet. I've got it. A couple people sent it to me, Johnny. Thank you for that. I've got it saved, but we'll have to do a ceremony when I get back.
I guess Sean Hannity can do stuff about this story, but not on other things with the singers, the singers and the notes from all those places, the singers from Arizona, Georgia, where is it, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, those singers that lost those notes. Breaking from Afghanistan, Hannity reports there's as many as 10,000, from 10,000 as many 40,000 Americans are trapped inside Afghanistan. Taliban is blocking access to the airport. The Taliban said they wouldn't block access to the airport, but they are. So they lied.
Of the United States.
Well, they sort of are and they're sort of not. They're not technically blocking access to the airport. They're setting up checkpoints and asking you who you are and why you're going to the airport. So technically you could get to the airport, but they're also trying to flag people and pull them out through these checkpoints. And it's not just an easy jog over there. It's a pretty good ways through some main roads to get that way.
Donald Trump, he will join us.
We're on the backup channel for a 2-week ban. We will be back in, let me check right quick. I think it's 3 days now, but I am not going to be streaming for until sometime next week. I gotta take some days and figure some stuff out for myself. But let me see what my ban still is. 2 days, actually. 2 days as of right now. So I'll be back next week on the main channel. I've just been on the backup since then. I got a 2-week ban for harassment.
Us live on camera to respond to the gut-wrenching disaster that is now.
That's Orange Hair for sure. What's that? What do we do with Orange Hair?
American citizens are trapped inside the country, and we see no immediate plan to get them out as Joe Biden has been asleep at the wheel for days. We expect, he might momentarily arrive back from his vacation at the White House. Well,
one of the guys who died one of the guys who fell from the C-17 and died has been identified, and he was 18 years old. So he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what Afghanistan looks like with the Taliban in charge. He's just heard stories, and I'm sure his parents have told him, and people around him have told him, because the war's been going over there for 20 years, over 20 years. If he's 18, he was born in the war or in the occupation.
President Trump about his prior negotiations, direct negotiations with the Taliban, and the red lines that he put in place that Joe Biden clearly did not enforce. President Trump coming up exclusively. Meanwhile, tonight, Joe Biden finally coming back from Camp David and gearing up for what is, I guess, a restful night at the White House, while thousands of our fellow Americans are living through hell on earth in Afghanistan. We cannot even report to you tonight the exact number of Americans that are trapped inside Afghanistan. Somewhere, we're told, reports between 10,000 and maybe as many as 40,000 of our fellow Americans are trapped behind enemy lines spread out all over the country. We don't know where they all are. The Biden administration doesn't know exactly how many. They don't know where these Americans are located. And now Biden's State Department is just telling them, just shelter in place. And when notified, find your own way to the airport in Kabul. Please tell me that's not your plan. You guys are not serious. According to Biden's clueless national security advisor, the terrorists in the Taliban will, now that they're in control, provide safe passage. This as Taliban fighters are now savagely beating, shooting, stabbing people all around.
Yeah, it sounds like he's talking a bunch of things on
around the airport. A foreign correspondent with the LA Times tweeted out these horrific images showing the Taliban using gunfire, whips, sticks, sharp objects to attack those on.
I did see the video of the young. So the problem with a lot of stuff, I mean, it happens in our own military to a very, very, very much smaller extent, but it seems like even if the head orders are to let people pass freely, no checkpoints, blah, 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 not everybody's doing that when you get to boots on the ground. There are people doing their own thing. I saw the video of the person whipping somebody who's standing in line. He had a little bitty, like, it's like, it wasn't even like a bullwhip. It was like one of those whips. It's like a stick, like a solid piece, and then a little whip on the end. And he was whipping people standing around in a circle.
Airport Road. According to one U.S. official, quote, the Taliban have a ring outside of the airport. They won't let anyone inside it. And the big issue here is that no people outside of the Taliban ring will get in. No way they get 30,000, not even close. Over the weekend, we saw these images of a U.S. military plane packed with 600 plus people desperately fleeing Kabul. But now planes are taking off mostly.
There are Americans in Afghanistan because when the military moves, it takes thousands and thousands and thousands of contractors with them as well. So we have embassy workers, we have people that went over there to teach or to run courses or to work in maintenance, or to all those people are there. Some of them moved with the military, some of them didn't. It was all under U.S. control, so they were allowed to move freely, especially like around the capital city and other places. And a lot of the interpreters and people that helped us that are actually Afghan nationals, if they do 6 years, I think it's 6 years, then they get citizenship here for them and their family. And they're stuck. A bunch of different people are stuck for different reasons. News crews, reporters, just all kinds of shit stuck over there. It wasn't like they were there vacationing, but they did technically live there.
Empty. Why? Because the Taliban is not allowing.
I already said there's not 40,000 people there. Hannity's just blowing the fucking number up because he's Hannity. There's about 5,000 U.S. citizens left, is what I believe. Maybe a little bit more. Probably a little bit less than 5,000, but maybe a little bit more.
Into the airport. One German plane capable of carrying 150 individuals. Yeah, they took off with 7 passengers on board. And meanwhile, Taliban terrorists, they're going now door to door, according to numerous reports tonight, searching for Americans, allies, and American interpreters, and anyone else who they believe assisted the U.S. in any way over the last 20 years. There are horrifying reports of people being tortured, dismembered, and executed in the streets across the country. According to the Washington Post, wow, when would they ever agree with Sean Hannity? U.S. citizens are now reaching out to anyone and everyone back in Washington for help.
I've got so right now, some elements of the elements that are there are some people from, damn it, I was just thinking about it. The 82nd Airborne, and there are like 2 platoons of Marine Corps that were working on QRF that were diverted to go there. That's the elements that are in place currently, and I know some people that are there basically, and they're doing what they can. But I mean, it's a mess, dude. It's a mess. So the reason you saw all the people run out on the airport and board the plane and fly the plane is because they broke through the wall on the civilian side and just charged the runway. The airport split right down the middle is a big ass main runway. And on one side is the military, and on the other side, civilian. And there was a big-ass fence there and barricade walls. They broke through the fence and jumped the barricade walls and found holes and different things. They got through, and then they flooded the runway because they were just trying to get out of there. The civilian side shut down for a while, and it opened sporadically on the civilian side because it has to be shut down while we're running any type of bombing runs or anything like that. They want the planes out of the air, and they've had a flight restriction over a good portion of it for a while, but it's split right down the middle. Another factor that's kind of weird is around the base, there's a bunch of artillery encampments, around the airfield, there's a bunch of artillery encampments that we put there. It was, to defend the airfield, or if the airfield had ever been taken, you can hit the airfield from this, it's probably a quarter of a circle up on a ridge line. So 1/4 of a circle, if you put a circle around the airport, is covered with artillery and mortar. And they believe that, of course, the Taliban has control of it. They believe. I mean, I don't even think anybody had eyes on it yet. I'm sure some of our spy planes and drones had. But the Afghan army gave up that position, so surely the Taliban has it. So they're kind of like sitting ducks. If the Taliban wanted to fire on the airport, they easily could, and do quite a bit of damage with artillery, especially if we had planes on the ground. But it would also assure mutual destruction. But you got to remember who you're negotiating with. Do they even understand what mutual destruction is? Do they think they can fire 10 rounds then run away? It's hard to say. I wouldn't want to be there. Your asshole would be puckered the whole time.
Biden administration must get moving on a plan to rescue them before it's too late. Tonight, we all, as a country, we need to pray to God that it's not too late. With every passing hour and every passing day, we grow closer and closer to what could be possibly a mass hostage situation, or worse, the murder of Americans on a colossal scale. The number one priority of the Biden...
I mean, it wouldn't help them. But again, there's not... Within the Taliban forces, there's not a cohesion. So if one guy just started saying, hey, we're going to fuck them, we're going to hit them, we can get out of here, we can hit them right as they're leaving, we could get one last hit in, and we're going to get the fuck out of here. It would basically ensure an overwhelming attack by the U.S. military that would fuck them up to death, because we got birds in the sky over it at all times. Fighter jets, close air support, drones, but they do silly shit like that. Like, they do stupid, like I've seen them do, they just don't understand a lot of things. Like, we can tell them, like, well, you know, we have mortars and this and that, don't do anything stupid, and then walk away for 5 minutes, they'll be doing something stupid, and then we'll call mortars in right on their position. It's like, if they can't see it and visualize it and know exactly what it is, they don't really understand it a lot of times, or maybe they think you're lying to them. I have no idea.
Administration, when Joe finally gets back, he hasn't quite arrived yet, must be the safe evacuation of every American. But as we speak, at this hour, there's no plan to rescue our fellow citizens, let alone our allies, let alone the translators that were promised by our government that if this moment ever came, they would be protected by us and other Afghans that face certain death because of their assistance to our country in the last 20 years. There is no plan whatsoever. There's nothing. And even worse, the Biden administration won't even commit to securing the airport past August the 31st, even if fellow Americans are trapped inside the country. This I had to see for myself. I will let you decide.
Can you offer any guarantee to the Americans and Afghan allies that if they remain there past the end of the month, U.S. troops will help them evacuate past the end of the month?
Weijia, our focus right now is on doing the work at hand and on the task at hand, and that is day by day.
Steven Sotloff and James Foley were the ISIS prisoners.
Getting as many American citizens, as many SIV applicants, as many members of a vulnerable population who are eligible to be evacuated to the airport and out on planes. And we're going to do that in an expeditious fashion. That is the focus of the President, of our Secretary of Defense, of our Secretary of State, and everybody on our national security team. So that is where we will keep our efforts.
Okay. All right, so Fox is finally allowed to report some news, okay?
I think they were honestly expecting the Afghan army to hold up long enough to where we were able to pull out with no incidents, and then by the time the Afghan army fell, which was always coming at this point, by the time it fell, it would be months down the road, and everybody would have moved on to a different topic. I don't know if you guys pay attention, but our whole society runs on hot button issues, and everybody forgets about shit within a month or two. So they would have had another hot button issue by then, and then Afghanistan would have fell to the Taliban again, and no one would have said anything. But it didn't happen like that.
And, of course, Joe Psaki was doing their thing. Okay, here we go. We have this. That was what happened when the people clung on to the planes. Okay, here. Horrific images, body of dead Afghan found in landing gear of U.S. C-17 transport plane. Video shows Afghans sitting on landing gear before takeoff, falling from the sky, stuck in the plane. Oh, wow. Wow. There you go. It's crazy. They're sitting on a wing. Someone's falling.
They're not sitting on the wing, by the way.
Two falling. There you go. All right. So, for you very uptight puritanicals, sometimes the news is forced to tell the real news. So, don't say, oh, because it's just Fox or whatever, that is the mainstream media. Yeah, it is the mainstream media, but sometimes they're forced to tell the truth. And if you know...
Well, at least she's saying it's the truth. It's not CGI or this or that. I appreciate that.
Very, very well. They have a couple different directions to get to where they're going. Number one, they got the FCC licenses pulled from the 88% that didn't do the emergency broadcast system, and so they get to use their stations now. Number two, they're doing major arrests. They've been doing major arrests since the 7th of August, as I've said. A little birdie told me. That's the little birdie told me section. And on Congress, and also the major arrest of the mainstream media starting after the 11th, when they did not comply. So don't get so uptight that you cannot believe that the mainstream media is telling the truth. Sometimes they're forced to do it. Okay? There we go. Forced. Okay? So if you're so uptight, you really shouldn't be here, because the military twists and turns and does what it has to do. It's called military intel. And don't hold me responsible for what happens, because I'm just reporting what I am, given. I do not decide what the military is going to do or what anyone's going to do. So don't get on my case and don't get angry, because I'm just reporting what I know. And there we go. All right, here we go. We have, how Biden said that, he blames Trump and the Afghan army. Well, fresh from the 4th of July holiday, Biden confidently assured the American people last month that the Afghan army was up to holding the line against the Taliban. They were the most expensive military. That's why their president left with 4 cars full of cash and a helicopter full of cash, and there was so much other cash that they had to basically leave some on the tarmac. All right. So then he said
yeah, I mean, they had the Afghan army was not ready. They had failures within their infrastructure, so they had no way to get paid and fed and personnel or education systems or training systems in place. We were being the backstop for all of that, and we never really handed that portion over. I wouldn't expect a standing soldier to hold a position or a starving soldier to hold a position too long.
Afghan army was up to holding the line against Taliban as the U.S. withdrew its forces from 20 years of warfare. They were kept there to get the poppies for the bushes. As I said, I trust the capacity of Afghan military, who is better trained, better equipped, and more competent in the terms of conducting war, the president declared. Yeah, right. They're probably trained to pick some poppies, is what I think. And I don't know what's... here we go. We have this.
Thousands of Afghans are scrambling to flee as the country's capital fell without much of a fight on Sunday, effectively marking the end of a 2-decade campaign to instill democracy.
Yeah, Brad MLK will probably get around to that, honestly.
Haiti has risen
I might stay a little bit longer.
Following a powerful earthquake that rocked the island nation over the weekend. Tropical storm Grace is also forecast to hit Haiti today.
Tectonic plates.
Back tomorrow on the backup. And if you're not on Telegram, I'm sorry, but you're missing out on a lot. It's a lot of stuff. That picture was in Telegram, was compliments of Gene after he was blocked from speaking on Nicholas Venman for 25 minutes by Mr. J. And then...
What's going on? Hold on.
Back tomorrow on the backup. And if you're not on Telegram, I'm sorry, but you're missing out on a lot. It's a lot of stuff. That picture was in Telegram, was compliments of Gene after he was blocked from speaking on Nicholas Venman for 25 minutes by Mr. J.
107? 107 blocked Gene Decode for speaking on Nicholas Venman. We're getting the same thing, Johnny, except in email form. I've gotten a couple of emails from the VA telling me, like, you're not alone. Here's a crisis hotline. Just because what's going on doesn't reflect on your service, your time in, or people you lost, or the sacrifices you made, blah, blah, blah. And apparently the crisis hotline has been flooded with people and busy.
then when he did speak, he got to get interrupted by Mr. J numerous times. Okay, so there we go. If you're not on my Telegram,
Oh, we gotta find that. Hold on. Is Nico? He's on Rumble, isn't he? I want to see that too. Then, fuck Mel K. She's just a porn star. Is it over? It might not be over here yet. Peter. Might have to go find it on BitChute, maybe. Gene Decode. This is, that's all the way back from August 9th. Is that how long ago was Gene Decode and 107? I see Gene Decode on August 9th, so that doesn't have 107 in it. Oh, it is old. Okay, well, maybe this one.
In the piece of getting rid of it. So looking completely, and that they pay bill place and it did that application or of what I was talking about. The
I don't see 107 on this one. Let me back up some more. Because he might have had him back on to make it up to him. Jay, Cindy Glaze. I haven't seen where they were both on the show together. That doesn't. That just means I missed it. Gene Decode discusses timelines. Okay, that's just Gene. Surely they would both be in the title. Gene Decode and Trump Video Nuremberg CDI and more with Nicholas V. Eminem and Eminem. Let's go one more page and see if we can find it. 107 and Gene Decode. I haven't seen this. I like listening to Nicholas sometimes, but sometimes his voice is just so soft. I get such an erection I can't pay attention. All the blood flows to my penis.
The election audits and also the military and when Trump will be coming back. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Telegram channel and to nicholasveniamin.com for my free email update.
It's funny that we have so many fucking people that hate the show. Like 10 minutes in, I had like 12 fucking thumbs down, and now we got like 20. I'm gonna go fucking thumbs down
it. And I will also leave the link below in the description if you're watching this for the first time on YouTube due to the censorship. Gene and Juan, thank you for joining me. Is this the first time that you've both meeting each other? Is this the first time you're both speaking to each other? Gene, you go first.
yes, and it's an honor.
And Juan?
Well, and I appreciate that. I mean, that's very gentlemanly of you. And by the way, I apologize, but something about our location was not letting me get on with video, and it didn't have anything that we have any control over here. So we tried a number of things. I sorry about that, but I wish I could for the folks, but that's where it is.
Oh, he's not in control of any of his interviews. This one's going to be worse than all of those.
Well, no, that's absolutely fine, Juan, because you sent me a lovely picture last night when you was at the CPAC speech, and I'll be using that photograph if you don't mind, and I'll cover it over your screen. How about that?
Hey, that sounds great.
Yeah. Right. So, Gene, I was just speaking to you before Juan came on, before we hit the record button, and you were saying
Juan,
I think Trump will return back end of August, September, or possibly October. Do you want to tell us why you think that is?
You know, his crazy sycophants are saying that was a plant that they wanted to show some other guy to throw us off the trail that he really is JFK Jr. And that was just to throw off the deep state, so they'd be looking for the wrong guy or the non-believers to be able to point out the non-believers and shun them from the community.
Please.
Oh, see you, Carolyn. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see you when we get back.
Something I've had from birth is to see choices and timeline derivatives from the choices, and looking at the timelines based on what's going on with the intel of what I have on what's going on with certain operations around the globe and what the U.S. military has to deal with. I'm heading more towards the late September, early.
Yeah, and then they even edited the video to remove that clip, and I swear they still did that shit.
Time frame. It's the still a predominant timeline that I see. And then the other thing is I'm looking at what has to happen within the country with all the different issues going on, especially with the thing they put in your arm. So there's a lot of things going on. So I'm looking at all of that.
And how about you, Juan? What are your thoughts about that?
I know he can charm a flesh weasel. I didn't know he could charm snakes.
I will say this, that I am famous for having said that
the meat iguana.
Fool's Day, April 1st, that anybody that voted for Biden, prior to even Biden being the candidate, I said the Democratic candidate, because I made these discussions out there well over a year ago, year and a quarter ago, even a year and a half ago on some of them. I actually had bets going, and that I said that Trump would still be president. Well, the reality is that President Trump was never impeached. While they voted for impeachment on the representative side, it was never confirmed on the Senate side. So even though he was voted for impeachment, he was never actually technically impeached. It's like being accused of a crime and then the jury says not guilty. Well, are you guilty of the crime? It hasn't changed a thing. He wasn't demoted. His rank wasn't removed from him. So for the rest of his life, for eternity, he will be President Trump. That said, I didn't say that he would be back in the White House. And I actually was pretty precise with that with a lot of people because there's a fight going on. And so the people that kind of understand this, I actually only had to pay up on one bet so far and have several friends that have said, okay, hold on a second. I think he might actually be right. And you don't have to pay me off yet. So, but I have one friend that he wanted to collect all he could. And so with that in mind, looking out to the future, because of what's at stake and where the American public is, trying to lock in that date, it's about a checkpoint more so than a date. There's certain things that have to be.
So he was impeached. That's an absolute lie. Impeachment is the first stage, which means that a case, an investigation, and all that stuff is going to be brought against him. Now, he was not convicted, but no president has ever been impeached and convicted. And there's other presidents been impeached. Bill Clinton was impeached. If you believe there's ever been a president impeached, then you have to believe Donald Trump was impeached. There's never been a conviction. It's identical. That's the first part of it is impeachment. When the House votes to impeach, it's impeached already. Now, he wasn't convicted and removed from office and stripped of his retirement and all that stuff, but he was impeached. That's the first step.
Be completed. It's like driving the road. Well, you can say a time or whatever, but if you're not to that point in the road, if there's something blocking the road, if you get a flat tire, it's still, you have to get to the checkpoint before you can make the turn that's up at that checkpoint. We're not there yet. And there is two major things that I personally believe still have to happen. There's going to be an economic crisis, and we don't want President Trump to have to carry that baggage. This is a creation of the people behind the election fraud, and I'm going to use that word, from 2020.
I understand, if you want to make a case that he was, it was politically motivated or he wasn't convicted and you could hang on that, sure. But when you don't understand, when you use the word wrong, you just make us all look like idiots. The first step, if the House, I don't care if it is stacked against them and everybody in there is a fucking Democrat, the first step, when they vote yes, that's impeached. That's what opens the investigation and the criminal trial or the trial and everything else. And then there's conviction and removal from office or acquittal. Every president that's ever been impeached, as far as presidents, has either resigned or been acquitted, basically. There's never been a convicted. Andrew Johnson was impeached. And Bill Clinton and Donald Trump twice. I think, did Nixon make it through the impeachment? Or he just made it through, or were they in the middle of the impeachment process when he left? It doesn't matter. I don't think he was ever formally impeached. But that's part of it. That just use the right word instead of sounding like an idiot. If he would have been convicted, you can say whatever you want. But impeachment happened.
That are trying to hold control of the United States with people of their making being put in power. And so we don't want Trump to have to own that because he didn't create it. We were on the way to the greatest economy in American history, practically. And it was the engineered activity that stopped that with the COVID and everything in between. And then with this Biden presidency, moving oil production back offshore, closing down businesses and moving the businesses offshore, reopening the Russian European pipeline project, things like that. So with that in mind, I
think they might be making a play to remove Biden. Either I don't think it'll be through impeachment because that's a bad press. I think it'll be through the 25th.
An economic crisis of the making of this current administration on the executive side of government here in the United States and the congressional side. And then the other thing is, and even more compelling and urgent and concerning, is there is a military crisis involving some type of event, kind of like the Cuban Missile Crisis with the threat of a nuclear engagement. The reason that has to happen, or they're going to try to make this happen.
Clinton was acquitted on both charges.
A opposition standpoint, considering opposition towards the Trump side of things, is because the nuclear command and control here in the United States has not been relinquished to the Biden.
He was impeached, and the charges that followed were perjury and obstruction of justice. He was acquitted on both charges.
Camp. Congress, a few days after Biden took office, had demanded that command and control of the nuclear forces and beyond, the WMD component of the military, which is a different strata. It's an upper strata of the U.S. military defense system, beyond just the general staff and flag officers and the commands of regular forces. That nuclear and beyond strata was not handed over to Biden at the inauguration and was retained by the command structure.
He's going to talk the whole time, ain't he? Damn.
Review of everything leading up to the election.
Yeah, it's actually, so it's hard to get an impeachment because you have to have a supermajority. That's the same reason they didn't have enough power to, get a conviction on Trump. You have to have 2/3 votes, and it's typically two drawn down political lines to get the 2/3. I think Andrew Johnson was probably the closest at getting convicted. I don't even think Bill Clinton was even close. I think his shit was like 50-50 or somewhere around there. But Andrew Johnson was up in like the 60%. I think he was actually at one point was one vote short of being convicted. I think that was Andrew Johnson.
And beyond. And the reason that they did that review and didn't hand over command and control of those nuclear forces is because the director of national intelligence was required. He supervises all the intelligence operations in the U.S. government.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure Gene's pissed off. This was a bad idea from the get-go. They both like to hear themselves talk. One likes to come in and be asked one question per hour.
Side of government under the executive or the president. They were under an executive order from Trump from September 12th of 2018 to look for using all available assets without a limitation on the budget. All the intelligence agency assets of the 16 intelligence agencies, National Reconnaissance Office, which is satellites, CIA, FBI, NSA, which has the largest budget of all, 84% of the intelligence budget of the United States goes to the National Security Agency. And then other agencies, in addition, all available assets by executive order from September 12, 2018, were to be applied to looking for any foreign interference in any federal, which means across the entire country, not just in the state.
Oh, that's cool, Q idiot.
Election for federal office. They were to look for any foreign interference in that election process and outcome, and then report back to the president and various Homeland Security Agency heads with the report within 45 days of a federal election, any federal election from that point in 2018 forward. 45 days after November 3rd, 2020 was December 18th, 2020. The Director of National Intelligence was unable to submit a report to President Trump or to the other agencies and said that there was disagreements over what the data meant, what it said. They couldn't get the data together, and they were not in compliance then with this executive order, which was the law of the land at that point in time. They continued to not be able to provide a report to the president and to these other agency heads for the next 33 days. On January 19th, they submitted an incomplete report to the president and the agency heads with only less than 24
Still talking, dude.
Before the executive office was to be handed over to.
So, yeah, when one's ready to do show tours, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. He'll do a round of tours and like hit every show, and then he'll take a week or two off and he won't do any shows. And then he'll do a round again, and maybe he'll hit different shows, but it's still like a round together where he hits a bunch of different shows. And on each show, he says the exact same thing, the exact same way, with the exact same setup, and goes through it. And then he does his little, like he sets and writes down another set of bullshit, and then comes back around again.
Up until that exact moment on January 20th, like an executioner waiting for the governor's call before pulling the switch, until the last second, there were opportunities on the civilian side, the executive office side of the U.S. government, to take action. Congress, the courts, or the president himself could have done something to stop handing off power and contesting the handoff of power for various reasons to being handed over to Biden and Harris. They didn't. And until that moment when he was sworn as the executive of the United States, the president on the executive side of the administration of government inside the United States, up until that moment, they could have done something, didn't. And as part of the presidency, then the military is handed over to the president, as well as a separate strata. This is something that people have to understand, especially outside the country. That's why I'm kind of going into a little extra detail, because I know a lot of people are outside the U.S. government. Citizens here in the United States may understand it a little bit better. And so I want other people in your audience to understand how things are set up. The commander-in-chief is in command of all military forces, but this upper strata of those forces is the nuclear and weapons of mass destruction area. And that's where there's this, what we call the football, this suitcase, briefcase, that has all the communications codes and authorizations codes, so that if generals in secure locations monitoring from satellites looking for rocket plumes headed for America, or other sneak attack mechanisms in play to attack America, they immediately contact the president as soon as they have certain pieces of information. So let's say that a missile was launched in some part of the world, a submarine, and it's detected by a satellite within fractions of a second. They can tell by the heat signature that it's an aluminized fuel, for example. You can see from its location, perhaps with other cross-reference information, where we know that there's...
He's not going to get to talk at all.
...in that area, and that's a threat. Then the generals that are in secure locations, one of them being Cheyenne Mountain, which is a secure facility in Wyoming built underneath a whole mountain, where if you hit it with a nuclear weapon missile, it kind of bounces off the top. It doesn't get way down a mile down into the bunker area, and they're relatively safe. So when they detect that launch, they do analysis, verification, look for other sources to secondarily verify it. And within 3 to 5 minutes.
This is even worse than usual. It's almost like he's trying to piss off Gene Decode or let him know he's in charge or something.
They have determined it's legitimate. It's an instant threat. May even have a possible series of targets that may be targeted towards. And now they communicate with the football. In that interim, they're already advising stand by. And people are getting in positions. They're supposed to be within just a few feet of the president at all times, who is also the commander-in-chief. And then as soon as they have information, they're communicating, here's our situation, here's what's being threatened. Do we have authority to launch a counterattack, for example? Now, under President Clinton, we changed our response mechanisms, whereas we would launch in the MAD, mutually assured destruction era, we would launch on notice. Where we saw launches against us, we would respond immediately at some level. Under Clinton, it was changed to we would absorb a first strike. so that if somebody launched something on us, we felt we were robust enough, our facilities were hardened enough that even if it got hit with a nuclear bomb, missile, that we had a fairly good likelihood that most of those locations would survive. And we didn't want somebody to fool us into striking back at the wrong enemy. Somebody could fake, let's say that it's a Russian sub firing on us when it was actually a Chinese, or vice versa. And that actually did happen. Most people have no knowledge about it. I've spoken about it before, that in fact there was a launch on Pearl Harbor back in 1968, on 3/11 of 1968. And it was the beginnings of the whole process that was the Clementine Project, where Hughes had the large boat, the Glomar Explorer, under the CIA's control, building it and deploying.
He's not going to shut up, that's for sure.
29, the Russian submarine that the missile exploded in the launch tube, and it was targeting Hawaii, and it was a rogue operation to make it look like China had attacked the U.S. It was actually a Russian vessel under globalist operation. Even the Russians didn't fully know what was being done with their sub. That's a long story. So to stop us from making a wrong response, we now will absorb a first strike. Let me finish this up by saying, in this current situation, the persons in charge of that nuclear and beyond command and control system, where the football's involved, have not agreed that Biden won the election at that moment on January 20th. So they held, and it's based on Military Code of Justice 11.3 and 11.4, which was which was implemented in 1954 for exactly a situation like this, where somebody might be under the
I bet she's been talking for 12 minutes.
Might be under threat or some type of coercion to not operate in the best interests of the United States citizens because they've been compromised somehow, or in a space alien sense, weird alien worms went in their brain and now they're under the control of the space aliens. And if the military knows this, they're an avatar, they're, captured somehow, knowing that newer technologies were coming out all along. If that was the case, the generals in control of our nuclear and beyond armaments could override an order from the executive or the commander-in-chief.
This is awesome.
Ignore it because they have knowledge or belief.
He's here.
There's some type of...
He's not doing it. Oh, man, this would be a perfect time if he had a face cam just to look at him.
Or alien control. So with that in mind, when they got to January 20th, and knowing that there was not a proper investigation completed by the Director of National Intelligence in a timely manner, which would therefore then be actionable before he was sworn, they paused. Yes, the Congress and the courts certified that Joe Biden won the election, that Kamala Harris won the election. But the military in the upper command, not the general forces, the upper command where nuclear and beyond control resides, did not agree to hand over control of those weapons of mass destruction pending their own independent investigation of the circumstances.
So that's not how it works. The military, I don't care how high up you are, I don't care that you're in charge of nuclear weapons, blah, blah, blah. You don't say, okay, well, we know the rest of the country's saying this, but until we can do our own independent verification and investigation of this, we're going to hold on to this. Okay, big guy?
Up to and at the election and the follow-on, because
he's over 20 minutes into the show.
Executive side of the government over Homeland Security, which is the policing side of the U.S. government, which is aimed internally into the United States. The executive, the president, is...
They're each going to get one question apiece.
The U.S. government administrating affairs from the congressional, which is by House of Representatives that vote for laws and create them, and the Senate, which authorizes the money to do.
I went through Once Upon a Time, forget what was said. That's true. When someone talks this long, you lose interest, you get distracted, you don't retain as much information.
This third branch of government that determines...
You do better with the conversation back and forth. You can remember more parts of it.
Is the contract between the American citizens and their government. the government serves the citizens. It's a contract, like a business contract. Here's the things you have to do. And it's the First Amendment, right to free speech, Second Amendment, right to bear arms, on down through the list. That's the contract with the government that the government has to do to be in compliance with the citizens' wishes. And the courts decide if every law passed by Congress and the money that's appropriated is actually in compliance with the contract with the citizens or the Constitution. And then the president is the executive administering between Congress and the courts to make sure the laws get done. It's like a business manager for America, the executive in a corporation, making sure all the affairs work right, but aimed internally to the function of the corporation of America and it being run smoothly and appropriately. That's the executive office. Beyond that, separate from that, is control of the military as commander-in-chief, and then that upper strata of the military as commander-in-chief of nuclear forces and beyond. When we got to January 20th and they did the investigation, in that executive order, if the civilian side of government is unable to fulfill its function, it becomes a military investigation. And on January 20th, with a failure to comply with the executive order, and because we don't have generals running off half-cocked, this isn't a military junta. We're not a South American banana republic. The generals don't do anything. They don't want to go to jail for the rest of their lives for having a coup or an insurrection.
I'm about to get morale half-cocked.
Trigger legally to enter the fray until Joe Biden was sworn in as the executive, and they would normally have to pass control of the nuclear forces and the military. Two separate considerations to Joe Biden. They didn't. They paused. They did their own investigation, and it was a 45-day investigation, just like was originally intended for Homeland Security. 45 days of investigation using military resources and assets, comparative analysis, vetting, validation of what was in the Homeland Security report and what wasn't on the civilian side, using military assets also. And at the end of 45 days, that was March 6th of 2021. They then have 5 services in the U.S., Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, Space Force. Each of those forces has a day to present their findings. That brings us to March 11th and a vote and a determination that there was fraud, foreign interference, and that the actual results of the election were not what was said, and read in Donald Trump as the commander-in-chief. They did not have any legal obligation or even a right to make any of that public, because a digital fraud on the vote, an attack on the voting system in the U.S. is the same, according to military law, as a nuclear strike.
Jesus Christ, how far are we into this?
Was intended with any invading
25 minutes.
Come in, occupy the land, install leaders
no way.
Who will do the bidding of that invading force. Whether it be locals that have been compromised or external leaders that are brought in a military function to command and control the population. It is an attack, and it is an act of war to interfere in the election, to put outside of leaders that are approved by these outside forces. It's the same as an occupying army. So for all intents and purposes, within a legal realm, in a military setting, we are under attack. It's an act of war. The same as if somebody had launched missiles off a sub 2-3 minutes off the coast. You don't know if your leadership, be it the president or some of the congressional people or other administrators, have been taken off the boards, or if a base has been occupied, some targets have been hit and destroyed. You have to do a bomb damage assessment. You have to see what's left of your command and control, who's still viable and who's captured or under somebody else's control. So at the moment that you've determined you're under attack, there's no legal requirement to tell the public, hey, we're recognizing Donald J. Trump as the commander-in-chief. And there's also no military protocol in a wartime setting, which is the way that this would be viewed at a technical level legally. Inside the military, there is no requirement to install the commander-in-chief back as president of the United States.
I can't believe this.
In a wartime situation, which is more important, the executive
27 minutes.
whether sidewalks get
Oh,
put
see you, Yori. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you when we get back.
funds for the latest trigendered operation, or the commander-in-chief of military forces and beyond, in order to push off an external attack on America. The relevance of all of this conversation is that in this military situation and militarized response, we may think we know what's really going on, but we don't completely, because we can't be told, because there's cone of silence around a lot of this stuff while that response is put together. So your enemies don't know exactly what you're doing or intend to do next, while you work through the process to capture all of the enemy troops and locations, including on your own soil, and then retake the Hill, which is the administrative side of our government, and recapture control of the country. In the meantime, by the way, there's no vice commander-in-chief. There's no second position. It's commander-in-chief, and that's it. Not like a vice president exists over there. You just need your commander-in-chief. How long will this take? If we're going to have an economic crisis, most of the time those have historically been programmed in by these globalists, these banking people, for fall. And the reason is because they actually have a mentality of spring is for planting, summer is for growth, and you go dark. You just let the plants do what they're doing with a little bit of tending and keep them watered. And then in the fall, you harvest. Mm-hmm. And so they like to harvest in the financial markets. October is their favorite month, and November. That's the harvest season. So if I was saying, well, what has to happen still? We still haven't had our economic crisis, which they've had programmed in for quite some time to create calamity, chaos, crisis in the electorate in America, looking at their retirements going away and who's going to protect that. We need more, help from the administration, et cetera. And then the other thing, this military crisis, where the challenge is in place to try, just like Nancy Pelosi tried to get command and control of nuclear forces put over to Congress instead of to Joe Biden and the executive side. And it was completely blocked, because that wouldn't work. You can't have Congress dithering when the missiles are in the air and you got, 25 minutes to make a decision. Right. So that's why we have an executive or a commander-in-chief. I'm almost done here. And so now if you have a crisis...
Almost done here, 30 minutes.
Global level, because these are people who are trying
30 minutes and 37 seconds for the whole show.
...is in the way. And our nuclear forces are in the way. They want to...
1/4 of the show is over.
American public. And the whole world is screaming out, you've got to let... Joe Biden or the Congress take the situation on, respond, do something to stop some great tragedy, some great crisis. And the military isn't cooperating. Somebody in the military is failing the world by not letting us respond. You have to have some kind of a head-to-head thing. And then beyond that, what I've said with other audiences, and I'll say it with yours, this last statement I'll make here for the moment, and that is, I am looking for a hand of God.
Jesus Christ.
In Babylon. When the Medes,
I'm almost done here. Another 17 minutes. See what I did there? 17Q.
A couple miles wide in places where a river ran through the center of it. The Medes and the Persians.
You'd have to have a mute button with this motherfucker. He wouldn't listen to you.
Government on the planet at that time. And the Medes and the Persians had come up with a way of creating a brief damming project. And
it's like he's been caged or something. You can't even let him talk.
Under the walls with a landslide, and the water being diverted to a lake area. And about a few hours, the river...
Damn, Huntsman, I hate that, man.
The wall gets to the gate, overcomes the forces at the gate, opens the gates, and...
Noticeably longer beard.
He's being overrun. It's a long city. While that's happening, and they had this huge plan to invade Babylon and take it over, they're having a huge... The reason they picked this exact date was because the king of Babylon was having a huge party, and all the officials from all around the region are there with all their harems and their
33 minutes
and their hot rods and everything else. And in the midst of this party, they wanted to do this offense to God by bringing...
Man, I hope it all works out. We'll do whatever we can to help you, Huntsman.
Which they had conquered sometime previous, and then they're going to piss on the whole thing and mock God by using these in their pornographic party. Well, in the midst of that, while this invasion is going on, the thing that nobody could have anticipated.
Jesus Christ, dude. So what do you think's going on? One? Well, let me start here. Nino, is that your name, right? Nino, what I think...
Here for the world and for America, in my personal belief, is that there's a hand of God moment. Nobody
smaller, more closeted, Nino. Yeah, let me get back to you in just a minute. Let's start right here.
Can predict exactly what it is, even if you have like a sense.
I saw that in the chat, Shar.
Himself is going to surprise everybody. And with the king of Babylon there with all his people having this huge party, out of a cloud, right in the middle of the whole party, a hand appeared behind the king and started writing in the concrete.
Who loves a good yarn about a bridge?
Or the stone wall, like we write in clay.
He's Buzz Killington from Family Guy.
And your life is required of you. Nobody can understand it. Daniel the prophet had to be brought in to interpret.
34?
This takes hours. During all this crisis, the whole city is so fixated on this hand.
Look at him checking the time and the clock. Look at his eyes darting back and forth. He's scared as fuck.
The thing that we remember about that incident when Babylon fell was the hand of God coming out of the cloud. People almost don't even think about that. All the drama that was taking place, the war that was taking place right there in Babylon, as the Medes and Persians are racing through the city, taking the city simultaneous. God distracted them all, and even the best of the Medes and Persians commanders who had a plan couldn't have anticipated that God himself wasn't going to share the glory for the win with anybody, including them. They were there because God put them there to destroy Babylon, to take it over. And that hand of God moment is what's about to come for America and the world, because God himself won't share the glory of this moment in taking down these monsters that have wielded their way into power in America as he takes it back for
35.
We get our house under control, and then we can go help the rest of the world, not to be our brother's keeper, but to be our brother's brother. And that timing is probably
holy shit, dude.
Personal belief, but I wouldn't bet the farm on it. Don't go telling anybody I said an exact date. I gave you the fundamentals. It's about a checkpoint. And the thing that we're looking at internally, in order to not have civil war in America, we need 80+%, a very precise number for all sorts of reasons. 80+%
36
of the American people on the same page that they're not willing to put up with what just happened.
I got you, yeah.
Election fraud, and it doesn't matter. It's not about Trump even. By fraud, our government has been captured, the control of our government, by foreign parties who had cohorts inside the United States, treasonous traitors, seditious people who cooperated in this fake false vote.
One of the places we've been looking at actually has quite a bit of land that we could do something with.
To capture control of our government, not just at the presidency, but down through the ranks, in positions all through our government. And it's not a government of the people, by the people, for the people. It's a government that's been selected by foreigners. And
if you mean died of old age, yes, he probably left.
And it's not representative of the American people because it was a fraudulent vote. And President Trump has said numerous times, including yesterday at CPAC, including in private meetings yesterday,
37
told us that it was all about 2020. People around him keep wanting to say it's about election integrity 2022. Bullshit. We will never get to another fair election, only looking to the future. We've been down.
Gene said hello. Thank you for doing this.
That road lots of times. President Trump has said it. I've said it numerous times. It's in my book. I explained it out in the book. He coded it through with Melania's dress. I've talked to you folks about that before. Back cover of my second edition book. This is all about going through, exposing the frauds of 2020 and reversing that election, but not the way everybody thinks. We actually, at this exact moment, could give a flying
38
whatever about the presidency, because that's the executive side of government. It's all about the commander-in-chief role.
This is supposed to be the 107. This is supposed to be Gene. One's talking right now.
We're under complete full assault with the COVID.
He's going for 40 minutes or bust, baby.
Invasion at the southern border with the aliens coming in from countries all over the world, the child trafficking coming in through the border. We're under assault at numerous levels. Shortly, it'll be under the economic. It's already there with pending inflation and supply chain issues, and then some kind of a military crisis. I apologize for being so long, but I wanted to give that. It's a framework for the rest of our conversation. I hope your audience will be understanding. I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. You're very welcome, Quan. Thank you for that.
He made it to 39 minutes talking. Give me just a second. Let me see where he started at.
Demoted his buddy that voted for Biden.
In your arm, so there's a lot of things going on. So I'm looking at all of that.
And how about you, Juan? What are your thoughts about that?
He started at 3 minutes and went to 39. So he talked for 36 minutes straight.
Yeah, that was a fact.
Anything that you would like to add or say?
Yeah, quite a bit. So I'm glad I put things in chat so I could keep track. So yeah, the 67 launch. Yeah, that was.
What did he say?
So I'm glad I put things in chat so I could keep track. So
he said, "I'm glad I put things in chat so I could keep track."
Yeah, the 67 launch. Yeah, that was a fact. And then in January 13th of 2018, the USS, which is a Cabal asset, it was the recommissioned USS La Jolla. It was a CIA asset submarine launched off the coast of Korea on Pearl Harbor as well. And
JFK was 35.
Under the second term of the Reagan administration, they put up the Star Wars defense program. So the launch of January 13th,
technically called SDI, Strategic Defense.
And then he interrupted him. What? He talked for 36 minutes. Gene's been talking for 2.5 and he interrupted him.
The Reagan administration, they put up the Star Wars defense program. So the launch of January 13th,
technically called SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, but popularly called Star Wars. Go ahead.
Now let's do the more proper. Yeah, the SDI initiative was installed so that they were able. We don't have to absorb a strike now. Those 2 missiles were actually a real launch that was done from the USS Rathbone in a harbor off in Korea. And so it was to make it look like North Korea had launched on us. However, when the blast happens for a weapon, or they take out the weapon, or even in a launch of a weapon now, within 2 minutes, like Juan was saying, they can now identify the nuclear signature of the weapon. So first thing, they know it's not just a normal weapon, it's a nuclear weapon. Second of all, even on the ground or in a dome, they can identify nuclear signatures. So, missiles going around in trucks and all this that people have been talking, if they're nuclear, they can identify those with the SDI. It not only identifies the launch, it identifies nuclear material. And it can identify it so precisely that it can tell where that nuclear material was refined. So if that came from the US, they can identify it. So that USS Rathbone had a nuclear package of missiles so that they had signatures for different nuclear missiles for different locations. So it can make it look like it was a Korean nuclear refined missile, or it was a Russian nuclear refined missile. They could go off the shore of some other country and launch. And so it would make it look like it was that country's submarine that did it, when in reality, it was a CIA or a deep state submarine launch. And so we don't have to absorb it due to the SDI initiative anymore. And then they can also identify exactly the nuclear signature. And within a second or two of it clearing the water for a submarine or a silo or anything else, they can identify that there's been a launch. That's why the many countries like Russia and all, especially Russia, is looking and Russia has developed, I know already, supersonic missiles that are low altitude. They don't go into space, so they can't they're looking at trying to get around the SDI.
Well, hypersonic,
the
lower altitude.
Thank you for the correction. Yeah. I'd like to remain as correct. So thank you for the correction. Yes, hypersonic missiles, so that are like the missiles that are.
Well, and let me just add, the reason that hypersonic is important is because they're down at the edge of the atmosphere and they're steerable. And so an enemy looking at a flight path that is looking for an interception point, when you can steer with and change directions on a moment's notice at Mach 5 to 8, what happens is you can't send an interceptor to get to it because it changes direction. The interceptor just flies by, it doesn't get close to it. And so that steering capability, when you have intercontinental ballistic missiles going out into space, they have a burn phase. And when they get to the coast phase, after it expends all the fuel, the trajectories are very predictable. The only way we get past that is by MIRVing them, which is multiple reentry vehicles. And so the missile has smaller warheads to break off and go different directions. And the idea there is it's harder to pick out which ones you want to get and steer intercepting weapons or technologies toward them. So with a hypersonic missile, the other issue is, whereas particle beam weapons work well in space, they don't work as well down in the atmosphere because of the denser atmosphere. You have to go to other systems. And so it's harder to hit a hypersonic missile at slower speeds. When you're going through space, the speeds are Mach 15 to 18, and is a kind of a comparative speed, and they can be even higher. Down at the edge of the atmosphere, because of the density of the air, you can't go too fast. Otherwise, you destroy it, burns up the vehicle. And so you kind of have a speed limit with current technology, both for the interceptors and for the vehicles themselves. So it's just kind of a game back and forth that we do. We get a little bit better at this, they get a little better at that, back and forth. But currently, hypersonic missiles mean that we have a hard time targeting them and stopping them. They can steer around our obstacles, and we can't get to them as easy for the time being. We got to come up with better technology to intercept hypersonic missiles. I apologize, but I want your listeners to kind of have those little details to help them understand where we're at. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Juan. That was precisely correct. So appreciate that. And then on the, I totally agree with, we're going to see a hand of God moment, like in Babylon, with Agenda 21 pretty much in full operation now with the jab and all of that, and the massive what's coming.
That is all true. Like intercontinental ballistic missiles, their flight path is kind of predictable. They can be altered in flight. That's how they're like smart bombs, but it's not much. Whatever it's headed at first is basically where it's headed. You can barely steer on. When you get stuff up hypersonic at the edge of the atmosphere, not only is it moving super fast, but it's also steerable because the air's thin and where they're flying at. You could actually move it around until it begins its descent back down into, and then it's kind of locked.
Harvest of the fall is, I don't just see the economy, but I see, because of like Dr. Northrup that you've had on your show, Dr. Tenpenny, Dr. Artis, Dr. Zelenko, and many, many, many others, that it not only creates a change in the genetics, it changes it such that in the fall, when the flu season hits again, there's going to be, it alters your genetic structure so that now with the flu season coming in the fall, their immune system won't be able to deal with the situation. So there's, something, I'm looking at a hand of God moment at some point in there where otherwise we would be hitting what the Georgia Guidestones are saying, like Juan was saying, where they want to reduce. On an interview I was watching where he was talking with David and Stacey Whitehead, where they want to reduce the population to a point where 13 out of every 14 people would be gone. And that's what they're doing with this situation now. So that was planned since way back. I mean, the patents and things go back into 2015, the predictions of it, the requests for it through the World Health Organization, and all of the funding and the grants to the National Institute of Health, the federal government, all of that has set this up way, way before. And, I previously thought that the wet market release was unintentional. You don't put a P4 lab in the middle of a city. That was very intentional, that was supposed to be done, and that they intentionally did that. That handoff intentionally went bad. It was supposed to go bad. And so that was supposed to be released so that they could then have the situation they have now, so that we could be in this.
He's talking for a while too. I mean, it's not going to be nowhere near as long as him, I'm sure, but I was interested in hypersonic weapons for a while and started studying hypersonic plane flight and weapons. They're actually pretty cool. And without a warhead at all, no explosives on it. Just how fast it's falling. So the kinetic energy from a hypersonic weapon can make an explosion like the size of a small warhead, just from how fast it comes out of the sky and how much ass it brings with it when it hits.
A situation where they're in the population reduction, but the main harvest would come in the fall. And so I think not only an economic drop, but we're going to see a population drop. And I think only the hand of God will discern. It'll be God's judgment as far as how many and who.
Right. Excellent. No, thank you both. Now,
he talked for about 10 minutes, maybe.
Trump made a very interesting speech in the CPAC speech yesterday. And I'm just going to play some of it. It's only 11 seconds. And Gene, you're going to go first, and then Juan, you're going to go second. I'm going to ask you both. So just listen to this.
Yeah, it's moving about it's moving about a mile per second when you're up at hypersonic speeds, because you get range out of it too, because even if you're only allowed to sustain flight in hypersonic at the edge of the stratosphere, they say, even if you don't have a long flight time, 1,000 seconds of flight is 1,000 miles in 1,000 seconds. So just in 1 minute, you're already 60 miles. So if you can just get a few minutes out of it, you can get some damn range on that shit, because it's moving so fast. The problem with most of them is how to get flight, because they're made to fly at the stratosphere, because they're made to fly super fast and be steerable at those. The problem is how to get flight from here to there. Unless you're releasing them from like the International Space Station or some shit, they've got to fly from here to there and get up there somehow, or a satellite or something getting them out. And it's incredibly hard to fly in both areas and be good at flying in both areas. So if you made them good at flying hypersonic, they would kind of suck when you were putting them in the air and when they were falling down. If you made them good at flying down here, they wouldn't fly good hypersonic. So that's been like kind of the struggle with them. Unless you build some type of transforming shit, it's hard to do.
F-35s and everything's brand new, and we have a great military hordes coming soon, and they won't be able to stop it. But the radical...
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'd like Juan to go first. I'll take second. I prefer it.
So
comment as I do. He's much more precise in his detailing. So I appreciate the detailing out of my loose terminology by Juan. So it's a much better.
I love the
Is he taking passive aggressive shots at him?
Gentlemen, and the humbleness between us. I mean, it's great. This is what we need more of on this planet. I mean, Trump says that, the military, I think something along the lines that they'll be coming and, they'll be taking over. Quan, what do you think about that?
See you, Beverly. Have a good night.
Is this unbelievable?
See you when I get back.
And why I say that, this is Casino Royale in this round of the games for America. The Trump there. And that's where you start
world forces that are.
He didn't talk that long that time.
They know about solar board and that type of thing. So going into, they're in subswing. So this real.
You reverse or desperate before it gets better, because I did other states. The
team does.
And they're switching back and forth now.
American people, have to understand the optics too. About myself first, and not about.
In a precarious. This is our moment. We have to own it. Be God's children. Be the man. Let's get in the fight. Let's take our planet back for the generations that we haven't even seen born yet.
Thank you, Quan. And Gene, over to you. Is there anything that you would like to say to the viewers before we finish?
That was quite eloquent. Other than that, I would say be the man and the woman.
Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate it. If I need help, I'm going to call. Right now, we're concentrating on getting all our stuff out of here and getting a temporary living arrangement set up until we can make something more permanent. The next time I see you all, I'll probably be from some type of temporary setup, and then hopefully if everything goes to plan, hopefully change it into something more permanent. We'll see how it works, but thank you. I appreciate it.
And stand up and be heard, and let your brother and your sister in God know the truth as much as you can. I know it's hard to wake people up. I've been trying to do this for 30 plus years, but we're now getting at a tipping point where, 30 years ago, I would.
Yeah, these are both kind of trust the plan guys.
Be able to wake up 1 out of 1,000. Now I hit, every 3 or 4 out of 5 people already know this. We're heading towards the 80% mark. And so I don't see anything stopping what's coming, but we need to leave a legacy. And when you get done and you leave.
John Frank brought you 3 6-packs. Eminem has so much charisma. Great interviewer. See you when you get back, Will. Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
Fear. I know from my death experience of 30 minutes that what you take with you, like the cabal thinks they're going to take all this with them. The only thing you take with you is what you left behind.
I don't want to jinx it and tell everybody like we're good or blah, blah, blah. But I think we got a good plan, and things seem to be coming together. And hopefully between the money we've raised and a couple other things, we're going to be able to finesse our way into something.
It's rampant. And so we have to, if you want God, if you want to be in the will of God, you have to go do the things. You don't have to ask God, should I stop child sex trafficking? You just do it because you know what's right. And if you don't know what's right, you're not even paying attention. If you know what's right, you should have to be doing it. You don't have to ask those kinds of directions. You don't need that kind of direction. Stop it. Not on our watch. And then God will lift his hand to protect you. If you'll lift your hand to take care of the essence, that's our job right now. That's what is ahead for us. And the only reason for saving America and saving the world is because we're doing the will of God. The fact that this stuff is happening has us out of step with the will of God. Those of us that are awake and aware need to be moving quickly now to do that which we know to be right, and thereby obtain the protection and the blessing from God Almighty.
Thank you. Exactly, Juan. You have to look in your heart and your soul and know what's right and do that.
Uh-oh.
I am hopeful this will help you on your journey. If nothing else, we'll buy a couple of Cokes.
Thank you, Rusky, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate the donation. Rusky donating all the time. I appreciate it, man.
The right thing. That'll be our lesson and our legacy. And so, as we say in the military, Godspeed. So if with finding the grace of God within ourselves to do the right thing.
Godspeed. Faster than the speed of light. Godspeed.
Gentlemen, it's been a wonderful honor to have you. Thank you very, very much. You're both doing fantastic work. Thank you, and God bless, and we'll speak very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate it. We've had a lot of help. I would love to say that we pulled something off, or we did it ourselves. We've had a lot of help from a lot of different people, and a lot of people volunteered and tried to help and try to do this. We really appreciate it. I just wouldn't have been able to put this together by myself. Not only am I fucking unable to talk to a lot of people or go out in public and shit like that, but just financially, the support and the people that gave us ideas and people to call and people that's helping behind the scenes. There's some people helping behind the scenes that, they don't want their name mentioned, or if they do, they can tell me, but they've never wanted their name mentioned before just kind of stay in the shadows. But there's a lot of people helping us, and we appreciate that. I wouldn't be able to pull this off by myself. I don't know what we would end up doing, because there is literally, like, we were looking for a temporary rental, even if we had to sign like a 6-month lease, something. There isn't even regular rentals, like year-long lease rental. There's just nothing here. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it. Did someone say? Let me copy link. Let me see if I can pull this up right quick. Yeah, so thank you very much for the help. And we got bad news and good news today. The good news came later and it was better, but still it was nice to have it on Mariah's birthday. I'm sure she appreciated that. Damn it, I can't. Hold on. Let's try this. Yeah, I can't see Brad's shit. Like I can't see it anywhere. Did you say he was with does Mel K have it up? The Mel K show. No. Our last show was 2 days ago. I was going to try to check it on Brad and Mel K, but I can't pull up Brad's shit. Yeah, well, one place we're looking at has a big piece of property, but either way, I don't think I'm ever going to get in this situation again. Even if we just get a house, like I want to eventually, when I can, buy a piece of property and have a backup plan or some income coming in off stuff like that. I don't ever want to get in this situation again, but I can't watch Brad's thing. I can't get to his Facebook page at all. I can get to Kristen's. Or Kirsten or whatever. Let's see. They ban all my accounts and all my accounts on top of all my accounts. Oh. Here we go. Let's see if I can find it. He's showing the link to his page, but if it's on her page, I can at least pull it up. Better play, submissive, I'll reverse it on y'all's page. Brad watching the video. Yeah, it's not on her page. It's apparently on his, which is fine. You guys, one of the first videos Brad ever did was with this guy right here, and I left a comment. And this dude called me out, called me a hater.
Folks that I follow, and there's other folks that maybe I try to put. There's a whole lot here. I mean, a whole lot. So as you're jumping on, bear with me. It's going to be long.
I appreciate it, Chris.
As this goes live, I need to.
We all ain't got to agree on shit, but when you settle into extremism, first of all, that's not good for anybody. And then also when you settle into, I'm not going to discuss it. We can't discuss it. We can't even talk it with them. They're crazy. You can't even talk to those people. That's just asking to breed more extremism. It just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. We do have this. I mean, it's super long, but we could skip around it and see what's going on, I guess. We haven't seen Jason Q in a couple days.
Here's some books.
Hey, Beer Man. Hey, Beer Man. Allie Wander brought you a 6-pack. Hi from Prison, Australia. Enjoy your break. We miss you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Allie. I saw you left a comment that said, help. Australia's awful. Help. And then I was going to comment back after the show was over. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate it.
Welcome to my house.
Okay.
That's right. Guess who has the same birthday as the mother of this thing?
Visiting at the moment. We got Candy over there somewhere. I don't know where she's off on the screen. And then we got Maria, Jason, and Kelly here.
Hello, ladies.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, kid.
This. And we're recording. Ooh,
I haven't seen Sue in a while. I saw her over at Travis's stream one night when I still was going there, and that's the last time I saw her. But she might not know about our backup channel either. I don't know.
Make that a triple. Yeah.
So if you guys could like and share this video, since I'm on my phone, I can't share at the moment. So if you guys could share for me, that would be wonderful. Thank you guys.
Oh, is that the same person, Suze M?
So, Jason, what you got for us today?
I'll tell you what I got. I got 56 years of utter beauty looking back at us. Just what
I saw her as Sue May at Travis's. I just didn't know. I didn't know that was the same account, Suze. I didn't know that. 56 years of utter beauty.
Miss Candy, a very, very, very happy birthday.
What?
Mariah, that's why you act so much like Candy. You guys have the same birthday. You guys are on the same wavelength, probably the same vibrations. I would say that your lady parts are synced up for sure. You have the same birthday.
Birthday Candy.
Thank you. Appreciate
Kronya
it.
pola, natakatos thesis, as we say in Greek.
What do you say? I'll kill you. It's like, no, just kidding.
Yeah, you pointed out something very interesting about
Mariah's birthday's over. There will be no more birthday wishes for Mariah. It's over. It's done for. I didn't even get my birthday. I'm damned if she's going to get two.
the numbers of my birthday. You want to share that?
I did. If you're up for sharing.
Oh God.
The funny thing about your birthday is that
Kelly, look at my tits and not my belly is here. Awesome.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get these situated here. Okay, there we go. Is that I know I'm trying to get this, so when we go to share screen, we can just sound effects and all, right? So
see Mark.
Your birthday, it's on 8/18.
See Johnny. Have a good one.
Plus symbol, right? That's 8 plus 1 plus 8.
Thanks for checking in with me. And hit me up in an email if you still want to do that stuff we talked about in the email. I mean, you can still do it if you want to.
And we also have your 56 today, which you don't look at daily 40. I was contractually obligated to say that, by the way. I'm just kidding. But so 56, that's 11.
That's right. I can talk shit and get drunk, Allie. That's right. You got it.
And it's so funny because it's exactly 7 days away from the 25th, which is 2 plus 5 is 7, which is my 45th, which is a 9. So yeah, we're just piping with all the numbers on this. And then you got 25 plus 45. That gives us a 70. I mean, a lot of 7s, a lot of 11s, a lot of 9s. And yeah. No quinky dinks.
That's
no
crazy.
quinky. It is.
It's a perfect day today.
Yeah, it's been all right. No, it's a great day. Every day we get up and can see that awesome solar simulator looking back at us.
The solar simulator. Oh, I missed you, Jason.
Oh, look who it is.
It didn't help when I crushed your flat Earth theory. Like you're back with it.
Cowbell, what up? What up? So, how's machinery working over there? Pretty yeah, I kind of figured like yes. I'm giddy for you. I am totally giddy for you because I'll tell you what, if I had something like that, I'd be completely just really screwed up.
Yeah, Callie and I spoke almost 2 hours last night, and she was giving me the lowdown. Oh.
She is the host of One America Network, or One America Network. Kelly, the mother with the udders, Higginbotham. I don't know what her last name is. Higgins.
It's amazing, and what she's got planned for all of us is amazing too. We can't wait.
Yeah, she's not screwing around. I know, right, kid? It's like, I've never been this excited for technology. I mean, just the best part is that I don't have to like deal with it. It's like great. I don't have anything to screw up. But I know I would definitely.
So I was actually planning on going live with just you by myself, and then Kid was going to pop in, and then you called me today and you said it's your birthday and you're alone.
The solar simulator has forever light bulbs on it because buying light bulbs that burn out is a conspiracy. that the government wants to track your fingerprints when you touch the light bulb box, shelf, and box in Walmart. So that's all a conspiracy.
Let's not have any of that. We got to have a party. So
Party. It's a
yeah,
party.
you invited the
Party.
friends.
Party.
Yes. I'll get my ukulele later and play a little bit of ukulele for you.
Some death metal. Some blonde ukulele. Oh, maybe some creepy death or something.
I think that's just the meth, Allie. I don't know.
Oh God.
So, Maria, what do you got for us?
Fucking kids just standing outside somebody's house getting ready to break in. No one's even like, hey man, is that even your garage? Like, you said you were out of town, like at a hotel. Why are you in someone's garage? Creepy.
With you.
Imagine your garage door. You're getting ready to back out and your garage door opens. And then you're like, what the fuck is that? And then the face pops up.
Because then I can add. Because you're my couple.
Oh, I know. I was like, ladies first. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Maria.
Oh, okay.
We talked.
No birthday sex magic. Mariah got mad because I've been using my wand with other witches.
About it. You're just like,
Maria-
what? What?
Maria, do you feel comfortable presenting at least some of it, or do you kind of need to just put it in with Jay's?
Well, I'll let Jay go because I've got 20 documents here of disclosures that have come out that I wanted to show people. So much. Yeah, I've got so much stuff going on here. It's all laid out.
Well, if we don't have time tonight, we can do a live special with just you so you can present it.
Yes. Well, some of it is books as well. Amazing. So I'm just going to give it to you to upload on HVU.
Okay.
Sweet.
Sounds good. So if anyone doesn't know, I'm sorry, Jay. If anyone doesn't know, HVU WordPress, that's High Vibes Up, HVU MAGA space WordPress. You put that in Google search, and it's going to come up with our WordPress, and we're getting everything up there. My herbal recipes, other people's herbal recipes.
You need some herbal recipes, Mariah? I can print them off.
How you can contact any one of us for our services, and red pilling stuff. So lots of PDFs and lots of videos and lots of information. So please help yourself. Anything we can do to empower you.
Their free WordPress website's up.
You could.
Nice.
I like your words, Candy. The
Nice.
one-stop shop.
The one-stop shop. The candy shop.
Oh,
The candy
there we go.
Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified professional health provider.
Slowly down to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, God. Look at these headshots.
HVU MAGA. So High Vibes Up, HVU. MAGA, Make America Great Again. All one word, HVU MAGA. Then you press the space bar and you type in WordPress, all one word.
Oh, no. What are they selling? Urine Light. Terra Immunity. Terra Core.
Yeah, so
Merkaba. SPAC.
received some
Liver cleanse.
readings and all that early.
This can't be good, guys. Stop doing this.
Also,
That's clearly a picture of a horse on that bottle.
hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Said,
Yes, I'll post the link, guys. Let me get it.
Oh, no. Don't do this. What services does Jason Q offer?
hideous.
Wait. I gotta read this. Shut up, Jason. As our world secretary, Jason is always ready to deliver crucibles of truth, wisdom, and forbidden knowledge. Jason has much to discuss, share, and nothing shall be left off the table. Jason once shared with us on a 4-hour video the printer he recommends, which is a Brother HL L2300D. It is compatible with the DR630 drum cartridge and also compatible with the TN660HY toner cartridge. Where to get the toner and drum? TonerPrice.com. Love for Jason PayPal? PayPal.me/Jason Janczewinski. Facebook? Facebook.com/JJan3766. Twitter @Janczewinski_Q. Telegram Jason_Q1776. Venmo Jason Janczewinski -1 last 4 of phone 1560. Jason Q, AmericanSocialMedia.us. Jason recommends Scribed for Knowledge, Just Delta Store, CBD gummies, and Riding the Beast. Oh, that's got to be a good one. What are we riding the beast for? The fuck? As I study God's words, our history, and the world around us, and compelled to write about what I find, these studies leave me with strengthened faith and better understanding of God or our own human nature. I can only hope that it inspires me the same as others. The world is becoming increasingly violent against the Bible and its message, both spiritually and physically, and that's something I've come to accept. I find that everything in life points away from Christ, much like love. This faith is a choice. It must be continually nurtured, lest it die. Ooh. What's this mysterious beast? Definitely a video game character. Go to site. He's on AmericanSocialMedia.us. The hell is this? Got the My Pillow guy. Is this Frank? Frank's speech? It doesn't look like it. AmericanSocialMedia.us. While we're going through people's profiles and bullshit, let me show you what I found on our favorite actress. By actress, I mean adult star. Let's see. See if I can pull this up. Give me just a minute. And so we have this. I just want you to bask in it for just a moment. That is not little Cindy Lou Who. That is not. That is instead one Madison Marquette. Mad Max Maddie. She doesn't look like she's become part of the deep state because she literally is the deep state. I wonder how many people who have been through her situation by thousands of men would get out on the beach and pose like this in front of a photographer. I don't know, but I'm going to say not many. Thousands of men forced their way upon her. She still struggles with it today, except when she's posing in front of the camera and then anything goes. Brush your hair. Jesus Christ. Bad enough you need a grill. Got the old snaggles going. Much less you can't even brush your fucking hair. Oh, that's a good one. That screams, I just went to an adrenochrome party. Or I'm a human peacock. I don't know what to say about that. Oh my God. Oh no. What is that? Oh God. Oh shit. What's going on? Where's your hairbrush? Photoed by a man, by the way. Clearly she wasn't scared of this one. Samuel Dahl's photography. Makeup and hair by Taryn Fieldman. I don't think that's how you use a camera. I'm not positive, but that's it. Here, this is an actual representation of when she was assaulted. So you got to be careful here. This is nameless, faceless pastor number 3. So you got to be careful right there. Look at the hand signal she's making. Okay symbol. She's clutching her pearls. She's got a pearl necklace. Hair over one of her eyes. Illuminati symbolism. Clearly, this is some type of binding, a ritual where it's tied her down, like if she was tied up as a child. Unbrushed hair, cupped breasticles, Cupped breasticles mean the full-blown, fully engorged horns of Satan. Okay? That's what cupped breasticles means. You guys can look that up or not. Just trust me. Only one earring showing. That's the one eye of Lucifer, of course. She's being led around by some type of leash that belongs on a cat. So there's that. The master of the pussy is the one who holds the leash. I'm pretty sure that's also Satan and me. We share that title. But you guys know where this is coming from. You can't tell me you don't. This is her Model Mayhem page. Her Model Mayhem page, when literally no one would hire her. This is her Model Mayhem page. Somebody on Twitter found that today. Somebody from M's group. I can't remember your name, but I do give you credit. I saw you tagged me and M and Tony in it.
Wow, internet's slow.
I think we all say that about ourselves. I'm like, I listen to myself. I'm like, oh, wow.
I was like, my internet's not slow.
You guys don't use the term breasticles?
But no, so there was some gifts that were sent to
Yeah, okay.
To myself, and it was by Gilbert. I mean, guys, the guy's a
Godfrey.
You know,
Oh,
guy, Riverside, California. Big shout out to Gil. And
must be a different one. Boobasicles.
Sent was nothing short of beyond mind blowing. Remember when we were discussing about L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology?
Her past is converging with her present, and it's all adding up to she was never trafficked.
And now everybody was talking about, you're stupid, Jason. You can't believe you bring that guy's name into this. You know, now you've gone off your rocker.
Cultural difference.
It's one of those times that you just wish you would just count.
Shart, what kind of weird fetishes are you bringing into my chat? Always leave it to Shart to have someone shitting on something else.
At the 10, like I did a little bit ago.
I would divorce you in a heartbeat, Mariah.
All you had to do, because what we have here is we have screen sharing.
You need permission for that?
Oh, I can't now. Never mind. Looks like all I do is click a button. How about that? So let's see this and share.
Last time we brought it up, Shart was like, I bet she shit in a dinner plate and then served it to several passengers in a first-class Delta Airlines flight from Dallas, Texas to Las Vegas. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's very, very suspicious. That's so particular. What is that? All the detail? Shart, do you want to tell us something? Then she wouldn't chat for like 3 days. I still didn't get to the bottom of that story.
All right. Now, as we can see, we have here's some books. There's 10 books, and it starts out. Now, can you guys see it? Okay. Yep. It starts out with volume 1, The Invader's Plan. It's a 10-volume set. Okay. Now, it starts out Mission Earth, volume 1.
He's reading L. Ron Hubbard. I'm telling you, they are all fucking tied to Scientology. They're changing Jesus Christ. They're changing Christianity. They're taking God out of it. They're telling you that you're Jesus, that there's a higher power. Listen to this. If you still think that any of these people, so they make their grift off conservative Christians, right? That's how they make their money. That's how they build their audience. But listen to this and tell me if you think this sounds like anybody who would ever claim to be a Christian. Concerning 107. I've listened to many people claim virtually everybody I've come across is deep state. No, 107 is not JFK Jr., as we all know. I know that 107 golfs with Trump, and he's privy to information he's not going to share openly with everybody. things that he can share with me to give me a perspective. I do consult with him on positions that I make, including the tour. I have no reason to distrust one, as I use my own discernment and my own connection to source to know what's true and what is not. The entire landscape is a den of vipers, some who I have identified and others who I'm sure will surprise me down the road. Yet, none matter to me whether they're beside me, in front of me, or behind me. I'm safe because I trust Source, the universe, God, Allah, or whatever else you want to fashion to refer to the Creator. The only thing I focus on is bringing out information that I believe to be true. I put the information out there and it'll settle on who it's supposed to settle on. If it is true, it'll do its own work. If it is not true, it will do its own work. Falsity in the emerging density will not fall easily on the hearts of the people in the quantum realm. This is a different realm that we live in today. Meditate to strengthen your connection to Source, so your discernment comes much easier by the sensory perception of your dormant and awakening sixth sense, which you share with Source. Trust yourself. Now, would you be like, oh yeah, I can see myself in church with that guy? Clearly a Christian conservative. No questions asked. I don't think so.
The invader's plan.
Look, I'm not very religious myself, but I also wouldn't come out here and tell you that the reason I'm here is because God sent me to be here, and you guys need to be here, and this is your new church, and give up your religion because I'm your new leader.
And number 2 is Mission Earth, Volume 2, Black Genesis. If you notice something funny about the aircraft, think Last Starfighter and Death Blossom. It's just like it, right? And that's what it says. Death Blossom in one of the drops. I forgot which drop it was, but that was the last weapon used in the movie The Last Starfighter. In which case, the ship, it kind of looked like this, but it also resembles the Ryugyong Hotel, which is in Pyongyang, North Korea. And that hotel happens to be the hands down creepiest hotel in the world, but also it is the largest hotel in the world that is nobody in it. There's nobody in it at all. So it's definitely crazy.
That was, by the way, that was Scott McKay that wrote that.
Yeah, very much so. So then we have Mission Earth Volume 3, The Enemy Within. And then we have Mission Earth 4, An Alien Affair. And it's funny that it looks like a lot like that Houdini character. Yeah, that Harry Houdini character. Now, this one right here, when it gets to Volume 5, it says Fortune of Fear. And if you notice that, like AAA, and in one of the drops, it said
the Krishnas are cool as hell. That does sound cool. At least to meet those people, that'd be cool.
What was it? It was staggered. It said April, and then like it had off some, and then it had like A and then A in a row. So it just mirrored that. Then we have Fortune of Fear, which you notice these all gold bars, and the old Yellow Brick Road, all the way down here. And there's much more to that whole that cover as well. Then we have Death Quest right here. Voyage of Vengeance. Go figure it's the 7th one, right? Then it gets to 8, where the whole disaster, and looks a lot like how can you say it? 9/11. And what is there, something wrong with the mic?
Sorry.
Hold on. No, somebody's saying about your
we're gonna need to see pictures of all those, Tara. Thank you.
about the microphone.
We make everybody validate their stories. I mean, you see pictures of all those candid images. If you can take requests for different poses, that would be good. Just hit me up in the email.
Kind of just yeah, odd, right? Then we have number 10, which is the Doomed Planet, and which is all 10, and which is very, very weird about this is that on the inside,
He literally just wrote science fiction, then made a science fiction religion. Like, I don't understand why you guys would follow him.
Right now, I'm not saying that this is just utterly crazy, but
Sound like Carrie Cassidy. That's true.
Sandy Hook. Oh my God, that's the school where the shooting was.
but that's in Jersey.
Right.
Newton is in Connecticut,
Right.
nowhere near New Jersey or anything, but there's Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
Odd, very odd.
Wow.
Then we have this. Now this is inside the book. Now,
So Sandy Hook, New Jersey is a national recreational area. Like he's just got Sandy Hook, New Jersey. Like it's a protected area. Well, I'm sure some of you guys from up that way know about it. It's like a protected area. It's out on the beach. It's like a little island off the thing of New Jersey, and like people go there. It's a national recreational area. It's not that he predicted something and then put it in the wrong place. That's another place. I don't. What the, I'd get longer feet before I got smaller tits. Just saying.
and this whole now, granted, it's a lot taken right now. It's okay, muffled. I don't. No. Well, let's see, how's that?
Trump's Golf's 107.
Okay. How about that? So, you have to deal with it. So, right here, if you look at the streets, right, you have 23rd Street, then you have 14th. Notice like what numbers we go by, right? We go by all the sevens. We go by 23 Payne and all this. But right here, there's a UN.
23rd to 14 is not by 7. That'd be 21 to 14. 23rd to 14 is about 9.
Notice like what numbers we about that. So, you have to deal with it. So right here, if you look at the streets, right, you have 23rd Street, then you have 14th. Notice like what numbers we go by, right? We go by all the sevens. We go by 23 Payne and all this. But right here, there's a UN, United Nations right here. And then you have FDR Drive, right? It goes right in front of, good old Turtle Bay. Because right here is Turtle Bay. That's why they call them turtles.
Yes.
The
United Nations.
United Nations, they call them turtles, and that's why they're in the book with in the Risk book, how to kill a turtle and everything. So it's right there. And we have Empire State Building, but then you have Empire University. You have Amsterdam here, and it's really just very, very odd because 59th Street, of course, that's a 14, that's your 7-7. You have your 52nd, that's your 7. But everything stays on this side.
See, Chris, thanks for joining us, man.
You have 42nd Street.
I'll be back on the main channel in next week sometime.
It's like right there, right along Lexington is a split, right? Where everything goes to them, and then everything on this side, comes to us. Now, they say right here that Central Manhattan mirrors Central Turkey, which is very odd because when President Trump mentions about Turkey, remember he did mention about how he would break their economy again. Then he already broke their economy once, which is very, very odd for him to say. Very, very odd. So then, let's see. How do we do this? What the hell? Here we go. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jason, I just wanted to mention, and it's interesting when you look at that map, because when you look at sort of the Lexington area and that section, that's the area that's sort of dominated by the Jewish. So each sort of...
Oh, imagine the Jews. I figured we were going to get away without mentioning them tonight, Jason.
live and concentrate. And then I noticed one of the other books up the top also had the Empire State Building and parts of Manhattan, The Enemy Within. So I don't know if that's significant.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I wasn't going to be the one to mention Jews just yet. So it's your turn. I know.
Well, I'm saying it because I lived in Lexington in that area. And I actually lived with a Jewish lady and got to know the neighborhood. So I've actually lived at all parts of New York. Not only that, a lot of people don't know, I'm a licensed real estate agent. So I've worked in real estate in all areas of New York. So I know who lives in what area. So people don't slam at me. Yeah.
Oh, I'm right with you. I mean, I am so right with you on this.
So then, yeah, he's ready to round them up. Let's get them.
We have this one, which is, one of the other maps. It's on the inside. And the thing is that like this whole box area and everything like that, and then we have Charlottesville. Remember, that was a big deal. You know, all those white supremacists, you know, damn whiteys. You know, you crackers just screw everything up. But then you have DC, right? And because it's not a part of the United States, it's just not. And if you notice, it's just shaded out. Then we have Maryland, you know, girl, you know, just it's a nightmare there. You know, just the whole Fort Detrick and everything. It's getting ready to just to come to a real big screeching halt there, because that's where all these drugs were made, and these
because his microphone's upside down. He hasn't figured it out yet.
You have all your especially these diseases. Everything was made there, so it's not a very nice place to be at all. And we have Southern Connecticut and Long Island. Now, it's just really weird that, you know, like, learn to read the map, and that like all these maps are all on the inside covers. I mean, it's literally like when you like the Fortune of Fear right here, just open it up and it's like right there. I don't know if you can see it or not, but if because I don't know if it's with screen sharing and all that, and because on one side they'll have like one part of the map, and on the other they'll have another part. So it's
Are we reviewing titty pictures or not? I thought that's what we were doing. That's what we were waiting on.
You know, they were you know, with you know, Dr.
RateMyBoobJob.com.
Well, it's been a year this month, and you know, lots changed in a year. I mean, went from sweating like a whore in church to just not giving a fuck in a matter of 365 days. So, you know, I mean, things change. You know, you get, you know, just the big thing is that, you know, just stay true to yourself and just keep it a nice constant. And yes, I did see that. I see everything.
Well,
like, I'm like,
I can't see Brad's page. Like, I'm banned from it. Even my backup accounts are banned from it.
Media can go down. We need something different.
Somehow I have to download it and send it to me. I can't get to it unless he put it up on Rumble. I did want to see it. I wanted to see it more. I wanted to see the other one, the High Vibes Up. I just can't. Yeah, I can't see it.
Something honest that isn't going to be manipulative and deceptive to the public and the things that they're doing. Something honest and real and true.
And that's what they were wanting us to do. And I think that's what they were actually like priming us for, to get a you know, like Richard Citizen, journalist in DC. I mean, he covers a lot of stuff out there, and his stuff is like always solid, because you can't doubt it because he's showing you. It's like he shows you on site. There you go. And when we had Dave on the when he was out there with all the parents,
I'm hardware locked from making any more accounts. The only way I got the backup account was because it was already made. Mariah had made it for some reason, and I was able to use it. But now they won't let me manage my page from it because they said my page is too big, so I have to verify all my accounts with a phone number and ID. So
and everything like that, and it brings a whole new dynamic to people. Like, wow, this is actually happening out there. But where do you see it in the news? You don't see it anywhere. And it's like if they you know, they said we are the news. You know,
no, a kid did not get his own place. He's somewhere visiting and robbing this house.
And find the story, and not even a story. It's like find what's going on, and you know, talk to whoever's in the middle of it, and you know, see what kind of conclusion. And like, especially with these school board meetings now, I mean, there's like a lot going on, a lot at these meetings. So it's man, by school board meetings, they're getting really, really rowdy. You know, not saying I wish I had kids, but man, oh man, sometimes.
Yeah, even so, Britain, the Great Britain released a statement saying that they would put troops on the ground and personnel in place until every one of their fucking people were home. Biden hasn't even said that. He's like, find your own way to the airport. We'll see if we can get you out of there.
You just want to go to one just to see some of these parents getting a little fired up.
I don't know what the hell's going on, man.
we saw this thing from the Taliban supposedly, and they're like, "Oh, really? People's rights, just like Facebook and how they're censoring people. You know, why don't you look at what's going on over there before you start telling us to
Yeah.
deal with women's rights when you guys are being censored?" And it was hilarious that they were smacking them about that.
Isn't it great that we have a country that 99% of the people didn't even know about 9/11 in Afghanistan? Yeah. 99% of the people in Afghanistan never even knew about 9/11.
Right.
But yet they know about Facebook and how they're fucking us. Okay, that's good. That just proves it's like, yeah, are we really free? No. Why would we be, right?
Jason, on 9/11, can I ask you a question? We had an incident happen here in New York.
The Taliban is not talking about Facebook blaming us. They're talking about them blaming the Taliban page, because the leader of the Taliban and most of the members of the Taliban are still on Twitter and shit. They don't give a fuck about you and Facebook. You think they're saying, why don't you ask about Facebook censoring Americans? Why don't you ask about that type of censorship? No, they want their own propaganda there.
With the subway that wasn't in the mainstream media, that also General McInerney, I can never say it properly, and I do apologize, brought to our attention. Last week we had a subway drill, and the NYPD and military stopped a bio attack. And he's basically issued a warning, but I haven't seen this in the media, telling us to be prepared that something may happen, and then they'll blame
fuck him.
COVID. So that he's basically asking us that we need to keep our eyes open, and that things are not looking good right now. So something in my mind saying maybe they might try something again on September 11th. So I just wanted to put that out there to you.
When the leader of the fucking Taliban has a Twitter account, but the last president doesn't, there's something wrong with social media. No?
So remember, was it a couple years ago that
did one of y'all block Karen Stone?
He does
Damn it.
as the preparedness month.
Mariah always hits something with her ass or tits or something. I don't know. Mariah, did you block Karen Stone?
Remember, they have the task force and they have the different groups and everything. They've got the you've got the it's the the NG 911 working group under the task force. Now, you think NG, they're like, oh, National Guard. It's like, no. Remember, they were supposed to release Nasera and Jassera on 9/11.
Yeah.
Now, it's the 20th anniversary coming up. Why wouldn't it be a bad idea to do it now? If we got to do it twice, why not just bring it right to that date so that
block your phone?
Mathematically impossible.
She's unhidden now.
And now
she was just timed out.
Exactly 20 years later at that very time. I mean, and then you have the 20 and back. I mean, can you imagine if it just happened to happen in one of the timelines that the towers were actually back?
Better than that black cube.
Just lock your phone. The sound still works. Everything still works. Lock your phone.
With it being, and whether he said September, it doesn't matter what year. September is a preparedness and everything, future proofs past. So if it's this September where we need to already be prepared for, that's why you need to still stock up. There is something that's going to hit, and it's going to be something big.
There's no telling how many people she's blocked, and that made them leave.
Basically did a show last night and also on his Telegram channel, and advised everybody to stock up. He also has a new website that he's set up, and he'll be posting information there, and he's asking for all of us on September 11th to go on strike, but to target particular corporations and industries. So it's going to...
Damn, did you block Maria too?
Yeah, I think they were saying like everybody except for non-essential.
She froze for a minute.
Needed to strike on September 11th. Yeah, get some stuff. Patriot Prepared, I think is what it is.com. That's a good one. I'll double check that.
Yeah, and also back to the whole Biden and
they're going through L. Ron Hubbard's books.
Not auditing. The Biden in Pakistan, and what it was, and this is gonna just trying to get this as close as I can. So. Because I know it's
Mariah's birthday was over an hour ago. Should be all right.
Let's see it real quick.
Karen's 10 Days of Darkness.
Yes, I think it's outside. I mean, give me 1
What's up,
second.
Eddie?
Because I want to make sure I get this right because it consists of two people. So give me 1 second. Yeah, hold on. Now, he actually became the Secretary General of Interpol from the U.S. Now, he was the Secretary General from 2000 to 2014. Okay. He was the first American and youngest Secretary General at the time of appointment. Now, he worked for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania District Court. He also worked for the DOJ and the Treasury. Now, he's a law clerk for Higginbotham Jr., which was the U.S. Court of Appeals, Third Circuit. In 1984, he was a U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. In 1988, he became the Department of Justice Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Now, in 1993, this is when Clinton was under office. He was appointed under the Secretary of Treasury Enforcement heads of these organizations, right? All of these organizations I'm going to read off.
That's what it depends on. How low our tits are hanging out.
Secret Service, the ATF.
Who needs more views?
Office of Enforcement, Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, Office of Foreign Assets Control. Yeah, that one's big. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. Also the head of Waco Administration Review Team. Odd. Then
You're boring tonight, Jason.
it's all the cloning. It's what
Lem.
they're fighting against. But yeah, you also are right with that too. With Kelly with 11. It's all the cloning.
11.
It's what
Cloning.
they're fighting against this whole time. And this is exactly where Slobama decided to create his cavalcade of cocksucking rapists that decided to
What?
Slobama decided to create his cavalcade of cocksucking rapists that decided to impeach.
What?
Slobama decided to create his cavalcade of cocksucking rapists that decided to
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
onto Europe a few years ago. Because if you notice, they only lasted a year and they're gone. Where'd they go? I mean, anybody know where any of them went? I mean, just a simple observation is all, you know. So here, the Saudi Arabian National Guard. Remember when they had the whole post with US 11 and Sing 12? What number was that again? That was 11, King Khalid, right? And Military City, but the name. Remember, it was 11 plus.
I didn't see anybody on with Doug. I saw Doug and Bologna Fry when they first started. And I know they were talking about Presley Stutz or whatever. I have it, Stutz, whatever his name is.
There's your
I
12.
didn't see anybody with Doug.
Sing 12. It's right here. So total over 200,000 active duty personnel. So who exactly was creating this military force to go against Israel? They were doing it themselves. They were inciting World War III. The Jews were themselves. It's cute. And it's like this. In addition, there is a military intelligence service, General Intelligence Presidency, the GIP. Near that, pig. Funny. What do they feed pigs?
Anything.
Kids. Yeah. Kids. Yeah, true. Anything a pig will eat. You know, like they say in the movie Snatch, you know, was it a 210-pound man, 7 minutes? A group of hogs should tear through, bone and all. They just have to take out the teeth first. So then, I mean, it's just like this. The saying has been a counterbalance to the Sidari faction in the royal family. I'm like, no, it's just they were waiting.
It's just you, brother. No one cares. It's just you.
Now they called it the Red Horse Squadron, and you think Red?
Oh no, where is 007?
couldn't call home. All balloons. And telephone calls in the US were expensive. Why'd they make them expensive? So that you couldn't call home. If you make it expensive for people to do, they're not going to do it. So there you have it. Now, they called it the Red Horse Squadron. And you think Red. Mm-hmm. And with all these major projects.
No, we have a guy in our community named 007 that was part of the Red Horse Squadron.
It's massive. Now, this is all under George H.W. Bush.
See, Allie, thanks for joining us.
Imagine that, right? So, why? So, Iraq fired 3 Scud missiles at Kinkley Military City, and they were destroyed by Patriot interceptors. Why in the fuck were we protecting these clones? You know, I mean, it's just.
Why are we protecting the clones? Why are we protecting the troops that were there, dumbass?
I mean, it's just like this. The Army buried six destroyed Bradleys at Kinkley Military City. So they were contaminated with that whole what was it? The DU, but it was what was it? Hold on a second. We're trying to think what the DU was. What it was unit. Shit, what was it? I think it'll come up. And it was all contaminated. Remember, within the first half hour that they were there, all their vehicles was just all fucked up. So these vehicles were not returned to the U.S. because of the certifying officer declared the wreckage was free of unexploded ordnance. The 411th Engineer Brigade had responsibility for all theater Army engineering. Theater.
You don't know what theater means. You have no idea what theater means. You think you do. You think you understand what it means, but you don't at all.
Yeah. Cute, huh? So then you had the U.S. had thought to build another site that they would store the buildings for all the equipment. So they kept all our equipment over there, right? Instead of bringing it back, they just kept it out there. I wonder.
Oh my God, what an idiot!
Hi,
So a theater in the realm of warfare, a theater of war. It includes the entire airspace, the land, air, and sea. Any area that may become in wartime or war operations is called the theater of war. It's everything. So it's not just like this road or this street. It's this entire landmass, this water over here, under this water, in this air, up in space, where the satellites fly over. It's everything that could be involved in that battle space.
A bit like what's happening at the moment, how President Trump was saying.
Idiots. I mean, that the theater of war has that phrase and terminology has been around for fucking thousands of years, but suddenly he's like, theater. Why would they put this in a military document? Are they out here doing plays and shit? Get out of here.
Yeah. Oh my God, same thing. Yeah.
Exactly. Thanks, Biden. You fucking dick sucker. God, fucking. Good thing the good one. Good thing the real one's dead.
Yes, thank God.
And then it's so it's like this. It's like the State Department sent someone to negotiate the idea with the Saudis for the storage, right? And they rejected it out of the hand. They said their position was, if we wanted anything, we'll buy it. This meant the U.S. had to move all the equipment left by our combat forces out of Saudi Arabia. So it's like, wow, talk about getting shit on. But the Saudis are like, hey, we want your shit out of here because we knew that you're coming back and you're going to start the shit again.
Sure.
So, look at this. How about that, huh? So Saudi Arabia received 12 Apache helicopters. Apache, it's in the drops. And these are operated by Army Aviation Command at Kinkley Military City. These aircraft operate with Bell 406CS combat scouts in what? The what becomes the what? Yeah. How long has this been going on? Hot minute, I'd say.
Oh, thank you, Stacey and David Allen. I appreciate it.
And the U.S. Embassy right here. Look at, of course, diplomatic relations were established in what year? That 1933. What year?
No, I don't think he was ever in the military.
IRS created.
I've never heard him say he was in the military before.
Wasn't it here in the USA?
It was July 11th, 1933.
Hmm.
Now, the U.S. Embassy opened in Jeddah in 1944. It's 11. And moved to Riyadh, or whatever the fuck it's called, and in 84. And that's exactly 40 years later. Then the Jeddah Embassy became a U.S.
Riyadh.
Now, this Jeddah, that's where they were building that new tower, which is the same exact tower that was.
She just knows to say when to say yep and
The one that's in Pyongyang, but bigger. But they actually took the same. The one in Pyongyang is the same one that is.
Oh, you're killing me.
Right, Church Scientology. Yeah. See, we're people of many hats, right? Oh, now this is where it gets fun with phrases, right? Hold the line. Yeah. Anything mirrored? 7, 2, 5. That's a 7. 5, 2. That's a 7. Still a 9. Crazy. But then this is where it gets fun. Infanticide, right? Infinity symbol. Yeah. Now.
She didn't block you. She's talking to you, Nick.
Lights go out. Patriots in full control, right? Hold the line again. Twice in the book, right? But here's a lock, right? Castle lock, right? And then that's the rest of it. Now, here's some funny stuff. Why would they have malaria in here?
Back to me. They can see you doing that. Can I have my fly flowers, please? Oh, sorry.
Where's the puppy? Where's the puppy?
She's around.
Oh.
Put my fly water.
Oh. You trying to beat the kid with it or what? Magnet and magnetize, right? A person that attracts to subdue or win by personal charm. I mean, it's, yeah, that goes with the shot. You know, anything like right here, man capitalized, man not capitalized. Big difference there.
Yep.
Morass, swamp. President Trump actually mentioned this in a couple speeches, and this was also mentioned under the Mephistopheles when he made a deal with the.
Oh God. He's super boring tonight. Here, let's skip. See how they wrap it up.
So that's a really great document, and I'll give you this one as well. It's called Sovereignty. If we are truly sovereign beings, why do we ask for permission? So it explains the whole sovereignty, okay? How we lost it. What government did to us in very easy to understand language, because I get this question asked a lot of me. Okay, so for anybody that's in my group, this stuff is already pinned up the top, but for everybody else, it will go straight after this show to HVU, and you will see it pretty much 10 minutes after. Yeah, so some interesting stuff. So I'll email this to you, Jason, if you'd like, and all those links, because especially that 9/11 one. Link is
oh yeah, definitely.
That
Who the hell was he just talking to the whole time? Look at Jason's mouth.
HVU, and you will see it pretty much 10 minutes after.
Who's he talking to?
Some interesting stuff. So I'll email this to you, Jason, if you'd like, and all those links, because especially that 9/11 one. Link is
oh yeah, definitely.
That
I got a paper. Got a paper.
Yeah,
we got the paper too.
Yes. But
we and we have something special also here, Maria. Share screen, right?
Oh.
So, for those curious about, we have 11,089 patents for cosmonaut vehicles.
Wow.
So, yeah, there are, and since there are 1,111 people watching right now, we might as well just throw up the 111 pages of patents that have 11,089, which is a 17.
Wow. Unbelievable.
Have at it.
Wow.
Oh, and look, it's on page 17 too. Ha, go figure.
Damn.
Yep.
Damn.
you know, fun shit. That's all.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, don't mind all this this funny writing. That's Israeli.
Wow. I remember a link that you shared with us many months ago with the suppressed some of the suppressed patents in different categories. Is this sort of in there or a separate?
I mean, I'm trying to think.
Yeah. It was with R something. I can't remember. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Sorry, if you don't.
No.
I got that one, Nick. I started going through it. I'm gonna break that one down. I think.
I have to apologize.
If you're talking about the one with Greg in it, I'm gonna go through that one.
That whole document, that 656-page document.
Yes.
Because remember, they came out with 2 of them, right? Because they came out with volume 2. Now, the funny thing is that when you look at what pages were missing and what pages they added, it went to 656 total pages, right? But it's a table of contents. The pages they added on the table of contents, that's the real funny one there. They added pages 9 to 11.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, 9, 11, right? Ooh.
Yeah. I'll look at that. I'm sorry. One of them also had pictures and the other one didn't. I remember as well because I've got both versions.
Now, is that PDF, the Majestic 12, that I can have on the WordPress as well? Could
I'll pin that for you because I've got it in my Telegram channel.
Wonderful. And also,
let me write that down. Yes, sorry. Keep going. I'm writing down so I don't forget.
Thank you, beautiful Jay. The list of release technology patents is that PDF or can I get that up on the WordPress?
Who knows what the hell he's saying anymore?
I could send it to you. I mean, I guess. We'll see.
Would that be a link you'd be sending or the whole document?
Let's see. I can. Let me just email it to you.
Sure.
Let me see.
I'll figure out how to put it up there so people can explore it.
Yeah.
Let's see this.
Yeah, Candy. Also, one of the videos of mine that I have forwarded to you for inclusion. It's called Nasara Jasara Mind Blowing Technologies.
Oh God, mind blowing.
There is a link to 6,000 something suppressed patents as well, and it goes to a website. So I just wanted to flag in that video. I've also included a link. Yeah, if you don't have the Nasara Jasara Mind Blowing technologies, let me know, and I'll forward that with that link as well. So just let me know, and then I'll do that.
If you put that in the email you sent me, every one of those videos is up on the WordPress, so it would be there.
Fantastic. So if they go down to the description, it will take them to that. All right, thank you. I just wanted to just let you know that there's one there too.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What's the email that I would send this to?
Up@gmail.com. Oh, love that dog.
Do it up my Staples coupon.
You'll get more.
I would like to go pretty soon. My husband's been waiting to celebrate my birthday with me.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Go have fun. And
yes.
Yeah, happy birthday again. And thank you so much. And like I said, we have all these documents out. We can dump them more.
Celebrate that birthday, Mariah.
I have a husband to celebrate my birthday.
She's probably getting studied too.
Motherfucker, be fucking hot.
Thank you, Patsy. We'll see you when you get back.
Oh dear.
Lazy motherfucker.
We'll all party with you on the live next week for sure.
Yeah. Woo! Get little party hats and just be like, hell yeah.
Whistles.
But yeah.
Thank you for being a part of my birthday, you guys and the HVU family. We all just love you so much.
Love you, Candy.
We love
You
you.
guys are awesome. Yeah. Happy birthday.
Yes.
Go celebrate that 11.
Yep.
There's another 11. I'm telling you, just 11.
You know, kid's birthday is November 1st.
11. See? Jesus. My God. Just
wow.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, just.
And my daughter, July 7th, and she was born 7
Ooh.
hours and 7 minutes.
Ooh. That's a demon's birthday too.
Oh, she's far from it.
Wow.
No. I'm talking about the one on my side.
Oh.
That bitch.
Yes.
That bitch.
He's talking about his sister now. They seem to have a good relationship.
I just have a couple more than you already, including myself. So I mean,
no.
Yay.
No, I don't.
Hell yeah. Shit.
You guys know we've been live for 3.5 hours.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I can't see the time because I'm on my phone, so I had no idea.
It's a 33. We cut loose. You ready?
Wow.
It just flowed and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
Remember those 5-hour ones we used to have? Ooh,
Yeah.
those are-
We gotta do that again.
No. You know, we do have Jets and I for 5 hours. See how like I said, I mean, people calling in and all that. I mean, there's a lot of people that'll be asking questions. I mean,
He does want to do that. So
that'd be awesome. That'd be
you could make sure that you're available for
Yeah.
that. Right.
oh
Just let me know when.
yeah.
He's going to, from what we discussed, it looks like he's going to start with a time travel series.
Oh, wow. The same shit we got kicked out of the fucking groups for. Why not? Right? Fuck you. That's why. Oh God, I might even put my birthday suit.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. So kidding.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
I did about 30,000 sit-ups and
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But, no.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Did he just threaten to call in naked?
Thank you.
Oh,
I love you guys.
And then thank everybody out there,
Yeah.
watching, listening, asking. It means a lot, that you spend all this time with us.
Now
and
he's going to claim it took us 5 hours to watch their 3-hour video.
it really means a lot.
Yeah.
So,
And thank you for those who sent me a little birthday gift. Thank you very much. And for those who thumbed up, we appreciate
That's never happening, Nick.
and those who shared. And the continual flow of birthday wishes. Oh my goodness. I'm just,
you deserve it. You
Oh.
definitely deserve it.
I'm so full. Thank you.
There's gonna be more coming, so
Yeah, we're not done.
Yep. No. We got a whole birthday. You got till next Tuesday night.
Exactly.
You got a whole week.
And what I like to say is I really do prefer to celebrate my unbirthday days because I get 364 of those.
Hell yeah. There you go.
Blessing.
All right, guys.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right,
Wow, I hate these people.
And thank you so much. And have a great
Not
birthday.
literally. It's just a phrase. I don't really hate any of them. I don't know any of them. They're kind of fun to talk about, though. Guys, that's it for me. Like I said when we first started this, first of all, thank you for the donations. There were a ton of donations. I lost the list. It didn't refresh. So, but there were a bunch of donations coming tonight. Thank you very much for those. Some large donations. Thank you for wishing Mariah happy birthday with the donations. I appreciate it. I'm not going to be back for a few days. I got to take care of some stuff. I'm going to have a pretty hectic schedule. If you see me, it'll probably be from my cell phone because the computer's going and getting moved, and I don't know where I'm going to be set up again or when. So if you see me again, it'll be from my cell phone. I might do like a live or a video from my cell phone, just hanging out, but it won't be like a normal show because I can't show video. I can't do anything from my phone. So we'll be back in a few days, sometimes next week. We'll be back on the main channel, Cold Beer Confessional, if you can find us there. Wish us luck. We're still trying to work through all this bullshit, but we can't stay here any longer. So we've got to do something to at least temporary housing and move out and try to figure something out. So thank you guys for the support and the donations and the help and hanging around, the birthday wish. Thank you for everything. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we can make something happen while we're gone and come back with some good news. But either way, I'll let you guys know. Thank you very much, and everybody have a good night. And we'll see you on the next one. I'll play some music on the way out, but I do appreciate it. Thank you guys a lot. Let's play this other one. Hold on. Stop that one.
Teach me how to Dougie. Baby like
What?
Will you teach me how to Dougie? You know why? Cause all my bitches love me. All I need is a beat that's super bumping. And for you, to back it up and dump it.
Pump it out.
Put your arms out front, clean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that Dougie, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fucking with my bro from Morningside. He go by Bubba and he hits the dance with.
Thank you, Etsuko.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie. Break it down.
你好吗？真长你好高兴，这真快乐，美国来。
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
I ain't from Dallas, but I deep town boogie. I show my moves off now, everybody trying to do me. I lead our functions and all the ladies trying to screw me. Now you just do you, and I'ma do me.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
Word.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie.
This is a really hard job. Literally.
Help us.
Say what?
Thank you for the music, BT. I appreciate it. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'll be back in a few days, and I've been having a rough time with a lot of stuff going on in Afghanistan and different things, the house, everything else. So it probably helped to clear my mind as well. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent, I gave in. I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart, fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sit and wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggested you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Fist, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Dip black, Fred is strapping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but I just fight, you put me up on this pedestal, but I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light in my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight on my darkest days, darkest days.
All right, guys, everybody have a good night. We'll see you in a few days. Hopefully soon. Sooner rather than later. Have a good one, guys.
I want you to listen.